which has to do with the plenaries. And to take us through that, it is very pertinent at this juncture that we welcome to the podium for a brief of welcome and tone setting a very passionate and committed permanent secretary in the Ministry of Budget and National Planning. To do us this honor, it is my honor and privilege to welcome Dr. Deborah, who makes her way to the podium. Dr. Deborah Odo, please. Can we give her one more round of applause before she comes on the microphone? You have the floor.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests from within and outside Nigeria, honor and privilege on behalf
given the fiscal pressures not just for African nations and our nation in Nigeria, the rising expectations of these region into an administrative reality. If the civil service is effective, Nigeria moves. And Africa moves. If the civil service is slow, fragmented, and overwhelmed, Nigeria slows down. Or in other words, Africa shuts down. That is why this engine must be strengthened. And that is why, alongside with the other in our foundation, the co-founder, my wife, Ofowe, and literally almost 100 other people, we have dedicated ourselves to ensuring that that engine room is oiled, is equipped,
may plant a tree but not be around to sit in the shade, right? So that's essentially
No, Stephanie, this tree, I'm sitting in the shade.
You are. Well, I'm very glad to hear that. So what happens to these civil servants when they come back? Are they promoted? Do you track their success and their journey through the service?
So when we started our programs, we started by sending civil servants from Nigeria to Oxford University for the 1-year master's in public policy. And interestingly, this is how I got to start working with the head of service at the time on reform, because we found it difficult to get them absorbed back into the service. And indeed, actually, what we found was that half of our scholars they would go to Oxford and they won't come back. Not because they didn't want to come back, but because the system made it so difficult for such high quality people to come back. Okay? So I went to see the then acting president and said, this is our problem. And he said, well, maybe I can arrange for you to meet with the head of service. And at the time that we met with the head of service, she was just embarking on this federal civil service reform program, what we now call Icsc. And we promised to work with the Federal Civil Service on that program, insofar as they would agree to ensure that capacity building and the transformation of the talent management process was a part of that program, which would enable our dreams and our theory of change that we must invest, okay, in the civil servant, be an essential part of how the civil service works today. And it was agreed, and you will find that there are actually new policies that allow civil servants go work in the private sector, come back, and new systems that allow the civil service benefit from partners like us, okay, in training and capacity building. And there's a renewed drive to transform the civil service indeed. With certain types, we had lead key, I think there's another one called Smart Key. You see my homework. I'm not too bad. And these programs were all put together. But then what we chose to do was that we agreed with the University of Oxford to start a program which is offered in Nigeria, where we take 70 civil servants from Nigeria and other African countries. Now, every class has maybe 10 from other African countries, 60 from Nigeria. And they basically get the same training that you would get from Oxford University. Maybe think of it like a 4-month MPP, okay? They focus on things like negotiation, leadership, and then some technical skills. They also get the opportunity to speak with some of the greatest faculty you can imagine, and it's really working. As I was sitting down with you in this room, maybe you didn't realize, you thought that I was a highly connected Nigerian with the people who were coming to meet me. It was the alumni. You see, they're wearing our badges. I'm the member of this cohort. I came this year, I came that year. And then I asked one, what are you doing now? I'm a director of this, I'm a director. It's working.
Amazing. So one thing I must say, you really want to make me become a civil servant.
You're welcome. No, I mean, seriously, because at a point in time, the best in Nigeria wanted to work and indeed worked in the civil service.
So let's talk about that. The perception has changed. Civil service is not given the recognition. It's seen as kind of drudgery, low-paid work. They don't have the recognition. How can we shift that public perception with the work that you're doing and the work that the head of civil service is doing? How can we shift that public perception to get civil servants the recognition they deserve?
First of all, look at this conference in Nigeria. Full. All the other halls full. Literally thousands of people here. Many from outside Nigeria. Look at the quality of speakers. Look at the quality of arrangements within a very narrow budget. within very narrow resources, right? The civil service in Nigeria is inviting the world to participate at a global level on civil service issues. Those are the type of things that cause civil servants to have joy in the work they do, dignity in the work they do. You give them recognition. You see, to change the human being, the first thing you must do is give that person dignity, pride in who they are and what they do. And that is the first thing that we have stressed must be done in the years that we've worked. And things are really changing. Presidents come for this event. A lot more attention is being given to the civil service. I recognize that there are significant resource constraints, okay? But from the perspective of the intention, there is greater intentionality about the importance of the civil service in these years than there have ever been in Nigeria, until those days when I hanker back for.
Amazing. Okay, so I'm going to ask you one last question, maybe see if we can take a few questions from audience. I think I have enough time to do that. So the big elephant in the room, AI, you mentioned technology, AI. Everyone is talking about how AI is going to transform industries. Many sectors are making cuts, getting rid of staff to bring machines to do the job. How worried are you about the threat of AI to the civil service? Is it complementary or is it a threat?
Well, I think when people use the term threat of AI, they tend to go to the issue of jobs and whether AI would replace, so to speak, the worker. In many respects, the context of the state that is being described is one that has gone through significant advancements in terms of infrastructure, in terms of systems, and so on. And the thinking, therefore, is that AI would enable automation and machines replace human beings who are doing what I would call basic repetitive activities.
Yeah.
Most of what the civil service does is not basic and it's not repetitive. Policy making and policy implementation is going to be very difficult for AI to perform, particularly for Africa. We have so many problems to solve that are so unique, so structural and intractable that, I don't know, it's going to take us maybe a few decades to have to train that computer to understand the issue before it can provide a solution. So our issues are really very human-centered. And therefore, AI will make our human beings much more effective and productive, but I don't see the core role of the civil servant, which is to formulate the type of policies that lift up lives of people and implement them, being affected. I think it's being strengthened by AI. Okay? Now, if you are talking about things that I would not necessarily think you could regard as necessarily things that government must do, such as open a door, and I mean open a door. So if I go to an airport today and I go with my passport, there are many airports where I don't need to have somebody stamp my passport, when if I can scan it, I just pass through.
Yeah.
So technology and automation will necessarily replace that type of activity, but it will free up the Nigerian worker to do the things that the technology cannot do. And I can tell you there are many, many things. But that's a discussion that we can have.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so I'm just going to pause here and take one or two questions before we round up this conversation. Do we have a mic in the audience? Do we have a mic? No? Yes, okay, I see someone with a mic. Any questions? Okay, no, I see a question over here, okay. Please, let's keep the questions brief so we can get a few in. Do we have a question? Okay, we don't have a question, so.
No, there's somebody.
Oh, is there?
Hello.
Okay, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. I. In 2022, I was a beneficiary of the LEAD program, co-sponsored by your very good self. In 2025, I had an award for which Icsc you supported graciously, giving me a computer as well at the sum of 250,000. That money helped me a lot and my family. In 2025 and 2026, I participated at the Oxford program. I can assure you that that training will live with me for the rest of my life. And I'm highly motivated to deliver quality services to the Nigerian people. I want to sincerely thank you on behalf of my family and as many that you have touched, that the services you provide, we acknowledge it. My question now is, how do we get many of your kind to do the same thing that you do? Thank you very much.
Okay. We can take another question and then we can have I answer that. There's a question in the middle here. There's a lady here. Can we give her a mic?
Hello, thank you very much. My name is Mfawa Usani. I work with the Federal Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs. Following the conversation, sir, I know so well in Nigeria, we have problem in the humanitarian sector, whereby our work is just beyond the provision governments can do in terms of budgetary provision. In the developed world, we see that humanitarian services are mostly supported by taxes from citizens and well-meaning citizens. But Nigerian case is not like that. My question goes to you as a private sector. If we have an organized private sector that can have as a burden to make a provision, we call it a social corporate social responsibilities, whereby a percentage of your proceeds, of your profit, can be designated to support the increasing number of vulnerable persons in Nigeria, especially in terms of nutrition services in Nigeria. Thank you.
Okay. Was there a question?
I think I picked it up.
You picked it? Okay. So do you want to tackle that? That's related to the more private sector investment.
So thank you. Two questions. So to the Icsc Foundation alumnus, well done. I can see our work is working in you, confidence and your forward-looking outlook. Now, how do we get more of my kind, as you described it, to do this same thing? I saw recently the head of service go on a road show, and the head of service visited the private sector, at least in Lagos I saw, and I got messages and I saw a lot of activity where she was addressing business leaders, men and women in the private sector to come and do the kind of work that we're doing. And I actually see that on the agenda today, you have signing ceremonies between the Office of the Head of Service and various private sector organizations towards, I think, partnership on reform and so on. We have to continue to advocate very strongly that others come and join the work that we're doing. I will not relent. The head of service will not relent. I noticed I can recognize a number of federal ministers in this room. I've seen them stand up at different times and make this same call themselves to the private sector to come and join the work they are doing in terms of moving the nation forward. So we will continue to preach and cast out the net, and hopefully the net will become fuller and fuller as every year goes by. Now I'm not sure if your name is Unkwo or not, but that's what I heard. You asked a question about whether we should maybe pass a law to make it compulsory for corporates to give for philanthropy and what you called, I think, CSR. Personally, I'm not too sure whether the law is necessary. I don't mind tax, and I don't mind higher tax rates between you and I, insofar as the money that is collected from the private sector is used in such a way that it is felt by the people. And that is what we must focus on. If you remember that I started my comments by reform is never about how long the meetings are. Reform is never about how many policy statements we make. Reform and impact and service delivery is what about the people feel. So for instance, if you make it compulsory that my company gives 5% of its profits to CSR, if the result of that giving 5% of my profits to CSR does not shift the needle, I cannot show who is touched, I cannot show how many lives are saved and so on, then why have we done it? So again, like I said, we must think about these things holistically. Anything that will save more lives, lift more people out of poverty, you can count me in, and I know several other people in the private sector that you can count in as well.
Fantastic. I think we'll take one last question and close this session. Gentleman in the front over here, can we get a mic to him?
Thank you very much, Ike. My name is Felicia Phillips, founder and chairman of Phillips Consulting. I want to actually commend you, and I think it's important to do that as somebody speaking from the private sector on your side of the fence, for the work that you've done, for the inspiration you've shown, and clearly for the leadership that you've shown as well. I know that Phillips Consulting, we work hand in hand with your foundation, and there's a lot that you have put into this, and it's wonderful to see, and you've proven it, that a lot of the things you're doing are actually coming to fruition and having value. Mine is less of a question, but more of a support based on the last statement you made. The private sector certainly is coming around to the fact that we've got to work hand in hand with the public sector. And the mechanism through which that can happen is working hand in hand with the civil service, because that is the executive arm of governance. And I believe that a lot of things that have been done, and recently, like you talked about the head of service interaction with the private sector at a breakfast cinema, at a roadshow, as you called it, has actually attracted a lot of people to realize that, yes, we need to work together. So I managed to commend you and to tell you that there are a lot of initiatives that are taking place. The Phillips Consulting, we've been involved along with about 15 other consultants in carrying out a major exercise that the head of service actually initiated, called we call it PASGA. Okay, it's an acronym for Personnel Audit and Staff Skills Assessment. And that is something that I'll be talking about later on today. So it's all part of that, of saying we want to uplift the civil service on one hand, but we know we need to do it working hand in hand with the people that they serve, which is the private sector. So once again, I want to say thank you. We are all behind you. We're following the leadership that the foundation has laid down, and you've actually shown us what it is we can do, how we can do it, and we're just going to try and get on with it. So congratulations and well done.
Well,
So that seems like a, sure, please.
Egbon, thank you very much. For the internationals here, Egbon is a term of endearment you give to your very senior brother. Mr. Felicia Phillips is one of our leading lights in the private sector and a senior brother and a mentor of mine. Thank you very much.
So that seems like a good place to bring this very insightful and very remarkable conversation to an end. Thank you, Ike, for your passion. I'm sure everyone joins me in thanking you for your philanthropy, your passion, your presence, your leadership in this sector, and all the strides you're making to reform the Nigerian civil service. And I know that it will go back to the glory day that you hanker after. So thank you very much indeed. A huge round of applause for our speaker.
Invite the chief convener to please join him for this photograph. Okay, the two of them are coming down, but we're not done with Stephanie yet. You're still going to be making your way back here. You join them for photograph downstairs. But very quickly, we were meant to have introduced our moderator very well, and we just did what we did for brevity of time. Stephanie is coming down to join you. Stephanie Busari is an Emmy, Gracie, and Peabody award-winning journalist and a powerful force in Africa storytelling. She's got about 25 years of experience in global media, including 16 impactful years at the CNN International. Stephanie pioneered the network's first digital and multi-platform bureau globally. This initiative significantly expanded CNN's reach and impact across the African continent. I'm going to be abridging. Her journalism has shaped global narratives on critical issues. Stephanie's two-time Emmy-nominated investigation into the Lekki Tollgate shooting and her exclusive 2016 Proof of Life interview with Chibok schoolgirls was pivotal, resulting in negotiations that led to the release of about over 100 abducted girls, earning her a Hollywood Gracie Award and recognition as an outstanding woman in media. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, she is a passionate advocate for amplifying African voices. Stephanie's led CNN Africa's digital editorial and operational strategy during her tenure, mentoring and nurturing the next generation of African storytellers. She's fluent in English, French, and Yoruba. She's still a moderator for the very next session, but very quickly, whilst you take your seats, President to let you in, TED Talks have garnered over 2 million views, establishing her as a sought-after speaker, host, and high-level panel moderator. She's also the founder of TEDx Brixton and divides her time between Lagos and London. Please, a round of applause for Stephanie one more time, and our resource person, Aiboje Imokwede. Please give him a round of applause as well one more time.
Esteemed media colleagues, please kindly take your fixed positions to avoid disruption, please. Media colleagues, kindly take your fixed positions, please, to avoid disruptions. Thank you very much. Esteemed delegates, just to let you know that we have 8 stages that will be running concurrently from 11 to 11:50. This is just the main stage, transform stage. We have the rejuvenate stage. We'll be talking about enhancing workforce well-being for improved productivity. Moderating that session will be Chizoba Mojeku. We also have the innovate stage, AI in government. What should we use it for, and what should we never use it for? The lead speaker is Mr. Idowu Afe. We have the impact stage, what real impact looks like that citizens can feel. The lead speaker is Dr. Joe Abba. We also have the activate stage,
The conversation there will be from conversation to commitment, making reforms stick. The moderator is Dr. Paul Ture. We have the Aspire stage, talking about how to build a meaningful career in the civil service. The lead speaker is Ms. Amal Pepu, CFR. We also have the accomplished stage, public finance, financial management for a new era of fiscal pressure. The lead speaker is Mr. Folusho Phillips. We also have the accelerate stage, advancing gender-responsive public service for inclusive governance and improved service delivery. The lead speaker is Ms. Beatrice Ayong. Please, we'll give you 10 minutes to please kindly locate your stage. You could quickly scan the barcode on your tags to get the running sheet for today. That's the program of today. And you flip through the stages and see the stage you want to attend. On the Transform main stage, very shortly, we'll bring up the Minister of Interior, Mr. Olubumi Ojo, who will be talking about modernizing internal security with data-driven reforms. Thank you very much.
So we'd like to welcome the next resource person, the very Honorable Minister of Interior, Honorable Dr. Tunji Olubumi Ojo. I'd like that you please join me in welcoming him with a very resounding applause, please. Complexity is the enemy of progress. This season will examine how excessive procedures and redundant processes can slow public service delivery and stifle innovation. These are some of the conversations that we'll be paying rapt attention to as he takes the stage. As we welcome back our moderator, Stephanie Busari. Ladies and gentlemen, a one round of applause for Stephanie Busari one more time.
Thank you. May I start by recognizing the ever hardworking, innovative, reformative head of service of the Federation. And may I recognize fellow members of the Federal Executive Council in the House, and please permit me to specially recognize all the heads of agencies here present. And let me also recognize members of the diplomatic corps here in the House. And may I also recognize industry leaders. I can see Mr. I. Gimokede, I recognize you. Thanks for the wonderful work you're doing. And may I recognize Mr. Phillips. I've started hearing of you since I was in my primary school or secondary school. Thank you so much for the great work. And let me say, for me, the best for the last. May I use my amiable, energetic, innovative, reformative, dazzling dazzler of the Ministry of Interior, Dr. Magdalena Ajani. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I had to say that because everything I'll be talking about here today would have been impossible without the civil servants in the Ministry of Interior. And that's the truth. And I tell people this, as a leader, you are only as good as how well you can manage and harness the potential of your team. In the Ministry of Interior, I'm so blessed to have the best civil servants that Nigeria has ever produced. That's the truth. So to the Interior family, thank you. Today, I'll be talking about, in just about 15, 20 minutes. But for me, the main topic, teams, resilience, and results. I said this very clearly. I think it's been, I thought it was going to be projected about the things we actually want to talk about. Oh, fantastic. In the era, in the 21st century, business as usual has no place in public service. And of course, Nigerians didn't invest their trust in us, either as politicians or public servants, to provide excuses. The only thing that counts and matters is result. And as they say, you cannot keep doing the same thing over and over again, using the same method and expecting a different result. That means that wherever we find ourselves, I want to talk about the internal security system of Nigeria. For you to make a difference, there must be a paradigm shift in governance. I said something when I was honored and privileged to address graduates at Icsc Foundation. And I will repeat that same thing I said there, right here. The major problem that has to do with reforms, anywhere you find yourself, is that people find it difficult to place the dots, the link between is, ought, and what. And that was what we inherited in the Ministry of Interior in line with our internal security issues. The first question we asked ourselves in the Ministry of Interior is, the question is, what is the situation on ground? You must understand the problem for you to prefer solutions. And oftentimes, especially based on what we inherited, we realized that people were finding solutions to problems they never understood. And in doing that, was like moving around a vicious circle. So the first question, there must be a statement of clarity in terms of what is the situation. Then once you understand that, the next question is what ought to. What should it be? What's supposed to be the ideal? Then reform is what takes you from what is to what ought to. And that reform is what we talk about, the how question. How do I migrate from here to here? So the reason why I'm laying this foundation before I go into my main paper is that people think reform, innovation is difficult. No. Even for we Christians, the Bible speaks of wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. And of course, when the Bible was speaking about that, the Bible was talking emphatically about reforms. Wisdom is what tells you the knowledge you need, and understanding is what gives you clarity on how to apply the knowledge. If you do not understand this, it becomes an issue. Now, so the paradigm legacy of preservation, which is the major problem that has held us down to what is. A lot of us, we are too emotional, because I'm sorry, I will be very, I'll be very practical here, because my PAMSEC knows me. When it comes to solution delivery, I cut the bureaucracy, I go straight and I find my solution. Because too many people lose the value during the process of bureaucracy. The major challenge, which is legacy of preservation, A lot of us, we are too emotionally attached to what used to be. This is the way we've always done it. I'll give you an example. When we got to the Ministry of Interior, in terms of our internal security architecture, we realized that all over the world, as far back as 2006, the UN Security Council, that's about 20 years ago, came up with a resolution. Every country is supposed to have what they call the Advanced Passenger Information System to be able to analyze people coming in and out of your country for the purpose of border control. We never had it. We were still doing paperwork. Why? Because that was comfortable. Until we came on board, we automated the whole solution, and today, nobody comes into Nigeria from any of our legal entry points without being pre-profiled before you enter. And that alone, I'll tell you, in the first 1 week of deploying this, so many people on Interpol watch lists all over the world were apprehended at our points of entry. So the question is, in the last 20 years, how many people escaped? Because we were fixated on business as usual. For you to be an agent of reform, for you to be an agent of change, you must be an expert in what I call business unusual. If the usual is what makes you comfortable, then you can never be outstanding and you can never be extraordinary. That's the truth. Because you don't need to be a genius to do what is usual and to do what is normal. So, for us, the legacy of preservation. And we must move from the legacy of preservation to what I call citizen-centered governance. True transformation demands transitioning from process-centered administration to governance that prioritizes citizens' experience. It's very important. And as I always say, visionary leadership is not defined by authority or position, but by the capacity to imagine systems that function better than those inherited. My mother told me something years ago. It's only a failure of a man that blames his failure on what he inherited. That's the truth. You are not to be judged by what you inherited. You are to be judged by what you hand over. And that is where creativity comes in. I always say this, I will never blame myself for the Ministry of Interior that I inherited in 2023. But the blame will always be mine if I hand over the same Ministry of Interior, the same situation to my successor anytime Mr. President so wishes. So for us, wherever we find ourselves, we must ask ourselves these questions. What value have you added? Attributes of transformational leaders. Courage. It takes a lot of courage to be transformative. That's the truth. It's not easy because you're swimming against the tide and the system will fight you. I'll give you an example. When we got to the Ministry of Interior, we realized that all over the world, like in the UK, the international passport is personalized, I think, in Durham. In the US, it's personalized in 2 places. That's Arkansas and in, Texas. In France, it's personalized in Strasbourg, Paris, Marseille. In Russia, it's only in St. Petersburg. In India, it's Maharashtra. But in Nigeria, we were personalizing our sensitive documents as a den in over 100 places. So, how can you? That was what we inherited. But today, to the glory of God, for the first time since 1963, we have a world-class centralized personalization center in Abuja here.
Check 2 1.
Testing. Good afternoon. Happy to have you all here. Could you kindly move forward? We fill the empty spaces at the front, please. A kind appeal to you to move forward, please. Let's fill the front seats. We're about to start. Ladies and gentlemen, there are empty seats at the front, please. Huh? It's not good for the camera, yes. It's not reserved. No seat is reserved, so you can move forward. Thank you for moving forward. We are 30 minutes behind the start of our program, so we'll try to speed up to make up for the lost time. Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Paul Toure. I'm a governance expert from the United Nations Development Program. I'll be your moderator for this session. This afternoon, we'll be discussing the topic, moving from conversation to commitment, what makes reforms tick. We want to make this a very lively discussion, and to assist us with this conversation, we have two distinguished panelists that will be joining us on the stage here. And I want to take this opportunity to introduce two of my colleagues with whom I will be dialoguing, and of course, including the audience. Firstly, let me just set the tone for this discussion. Over these years, we have heard a lot of conversations going on in the governance circle about reforms. Reforms are now at the core of every governance dialogue. But we see that these dialogues start with energy, they start with a lot of fanfare, and suddenly fizzle out. Our dialogue today is going to focus on identifying the reasons why dialogue of this nature, discussions of this nature on reforms start with a lot of fanfare, but fizzle out suddenly. And to determine the factors that make reform, starting with a lot of energy, with a lot of force, suddenly becomes abandoned, either abandoned or are shelved somewhere without any tangible result. So support me in this today. I would like to welcome my brother to the stage, Infani from FCDO. Kindly take your place. A round of applause, please. We were supposed to be 3, but only 2 of us has made it to the podium. And I also want to take the opportunity to welcome my dear brother who is here with us, Mr. Maman Mahmouda, please. As I mentioned, my name is Dr. Paul Toure. I will be your moderator for today. So let me have another round of applause for myself, please. So just to guide the discussions, we are going to have 2 rounds of 5-minute questions for our panelists to respond to, and then we will open the floor to the audience for you to ask questions, make contribution, and then subsequent to that, we'll have another round of with our panelists for them to round up, And then on the basis of that, we will conclude. To start this discussion, I want to pose a question to you, my brother, Ifeanyi. Could you kindly let us know what is, in your opinion, some of the main issue that hold back reforms from achieving the desired result?
Thank you very much.
Is it on?
Okay, yeah. Thank you very much, Paul, and good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Just to reintroduce myself again and provide a bit of background of who I am. So my name is Ifeanyi Peter Sugwoke. I lead a program called Partnership for Agile Governance and Climate Engagement. I've had over 25 years of leading reforms across Nigeria public sector, both at the federal, local, and state levels. Now, I'm talking about why reforms don't stick, the Nigerian experience. So I'm going to be a bit more practical about what I picked up as my own experience leading reforms from outside, not as an insider. I think one of the big lessons and the gaps has always been who is the reform champion and the ownership of those reforms. The institutional framework for managing those reforms, and then the people responsible for leading those reforms. Now, let's break it down to the people. First of all is the manner of recruitment and deployment of people in the public service is a big challenge in the sense that most times they are not strategic, they are not on a needs basis. Those practically, it is not connected to the job that needs to be done. So it's a mass of recruitment, and then deployment is also not done strategically in a manner that puts the right people in the right job. That's number one. Number two is also the challenge about the institutions that drive and manage the reforms. The institutional framework for driving and managing reform has always been a challenge. That means which institution owns this reform? Which institution holds the whole process, tracks the performance, holds it to account, and makes sure that it succeeds? Then, of course, another one is the leadership of that reform. Who is leading the reforms? And if this person moves on, the sustainability of those reforms. Finally, for me, is the funding of those reforms. Most reforms are externally led by donors. So, for example, I work for a UK-funded project, and that means it is seen as a UK-led reforms. So the struggle is how to own it up internally. And that ownership comes from what I said earlier on, the people, the institution, and the funding. If you like something to succeed, you put your money in it. And so government should be committed to doing what? Funding. So for me, that's the opener for me in terms of why is it that reforms do not stick? It's about ownership, it's about the institution, it's about the funding for those reforms. Finally, we also look at what is this reform meant to achieve and for who?
Thanks for that. I think it's good for us to just keep in mind the three things you mentioned: funding, institution, and ownership. Let's move on to Mr. Mahmuda. Mr. Mahmuda, let's have your perspective on this question.
Thank you very much. And let me also start by saying that I have about over 34 years in the core civil service as an administrator, and I have seen a lot of reforms being implemented and failed. And I will take it from a very practical perspective, different from his approach. Why reforms fail in Nigeria? Mind you, it's mainly the public sector reforms that fail, because private sector reforms, they are doing very good. And why? He mentioned some of the issues that I don't need to go into. but we need to start from the initiations of these reforms processes. Because most of the reforms are actually top-bottom approach. And a reform that's supposed to be a sustained one, supposed to initiate from the bottom up. This is one of the challenges. And then in the public sector, implementing reforms come at a cost. But we operate what we call the fiscal year budgeting system. And each reform process has at least an implementable cost for that reform processes to succeed. And the moment they were able to get allocation the first year, subsequent years, sometimes zero allocation. So how do you actually implement such reforms with zero funding? Zero funding. And then thirdly, there is something germane that we actually overlook. In most of the reform processes that we are implementing, we don't, come up with incentives and consequence managements. Incentives will actually drive the reform processes to its conclusion, and so also consequences management. But in the civil service, such things are actually sometimes, operated at a very minimal level. And lastly, the point I wanted to make is, just like you said, the issue of the, I mentioned the issue of the funding, the consequence management, the initiation from the bottom-up approaches, and then maybe in the second round, I will also raise some issue. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thanks for that. Let's give them a round of applause for the first. And thank you so much for keeping within the time. Just as a follow-up, there are certain buzzwords we had around when we talk about reforms. Some of them, the main one is political will. Could you, Mr. Ogugwe, could you kindly tell us a bit about what impact political will has on reform in itself?
Thank you. So oftentimes, and this is a background to political will, oftentimes political will are used interchangeably depending on where you are. And this is where leadership comes in. And in terms of leadership, that means for that particular reform to stick, there must be a rallying point. That rallying point would either be the president, the minister, the DG, the permanent secretary, or the director. This is the public service. That's the way the public service is structured, or the governor in case of the states or the local government chairman. Now, the political will is the ability for the leadership of that reform to look at the dynamics of what that change means. One, you cannot eliminate personal interest. Most reforms fail because reform leadership put personal interest first above the overall interest of the country, for example. But when the leadership demonstrates single-minded integrity and leadership without any sentiments to personal interest, the potential for that reform to succeed is high. Because what the troop, and let me use that word troop now, and that is why he talked about the challenge about bottom-up approach and top-down. But take it or leave it, reforms are usually initiated by leadership. But the sell, that means there must be some sort of what? Marketing. And as you say in public service, buy-in. Everyone must have what? A buy-in into the reform. You're not going to get a 99% buy-in, but you're going to get substantial buy-in if you communicate very well. So political leadership is when all of these issues has been covered, and then you are pitching it to those you are leading and demonstrating also. So demonstrating integrity. That means there's no room for compromise. Your focus is on what? the integrity of that reform and the value. What you are communicating is the value, the change, because reform is not an end in itself. Its end is what? Service delivery. Improvements in service delivery. I heard the Minister for Internal Affairs talk about what all of this means is if I arrive at a location, I am attended to in 5 minutes or less. That means services are being provided. So in the end, the leadership must demonstrate capacity, it must demonstrate clarity, it must demonstrate commitment, transparency, and ownership. I must be able to mobilize the troop around them. That's what political leadership or political will is all about. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that eye-opener. I note key words that emerge. One is leadership itself. Two is public interest from there, and then the transparency, accountability component in that. Mr. Mahmouda, another buzzword that surfaces when you start thinking of reform is resistance. Could you take us through how resistance factor into whether reforms actually achieve their end goal or whether they kind of stale? Could you help us understand where resistance factor in? Who are those that resist, and what do we do to ensure their participation?
Thank you. I mean, let me also take us down memory lane. When the Minister of Interior was talking about reform processes, he said we have to think in an unusual way. Because if you think as business as usual, I mean, it usually fails. I mean, resistance to reforms come from both perspectives because it involves radical change from the way you are doing things. And therefore, from the leadership, from the bottom, people that felt threatened by that will actually resist that reforms. That is basic. But communicate the benefit, the gain of that reform to the citizens once they see the gain, that at the end, this is the best way that can actually foster effective service delivery. Exactly. Believe me, everybody will buy into it. But sometimes our communication strategy too actually, hinders some of the processes in implementations. So in reform processes, implementation, typically we are supposed to be doing a review. But believe me, sometimes the review will come maybe towards the end of the processes. And I said, once you start the implementation, give it a timeline, whether it is 3 months, 6 months maximum, look at it. What are the benefits we are driving? What are the short-term wins? If those quick wins are not forthcoming, definitely there is something wrong with it. And then go back to the drawing board, identify what are the obstacles, and then see what strategies you are going to implement to go over it. But in the public sector, like I said, sometimes such things come at a cost.
Yeah.
And that cost, most at times, is no longer there.
Mm.
And that is why you can see all over, successive administrations, they will come with a very good plan, program, but the moment they leave office, that is the end of that program. Because the sustainability, the institutionalization of the reform is no longer there.
Yeah.
So one thing that we need to do is that, we need the buy-in of the public. And sometimes I used to think that, I don't know, because I know it's not supposed to be, but if you back it up with maybe, the law, yes, we can be able to achieve it. Thank you.
No, thanks for that. I picked up a couple of issues you mentioned. One is ensuring buy-in for the public to break resistance so that the public will understand what the laws are, what the policy is, what the benefit is of the reform, and will be very eager to contribute to it. I also like what you concluded at, focusing on a legal backing for reform. And just distinguished audience, just to mention, I started off by saying we'll have 2 rounds of questions, but I was informed that we still have an opportunity to use 50 minutes. 50 minutes, we still have 50 minutes to run through this. So I will give one more round of questioning, and then we'll open the floor for the discussion. Now, thanks for taking us through those 2 rounds of questioning. I think you set the tone properly for us to move into the actual questioning. Now, my point is, you've now highlighted clearly how reforms get stuck. I want us to now move beyond that into what we need to do to ensure that reforms are not how reforms are launched with energy, with passion, they are continued in that manner for them to be able to achieve. But firstly, could you kindly help us to make this more practical? Could you give us an example of a reform that has worked, not just in Nigeria, but anywhere, so that we know that reforms are not just intangibles, they are actually practical things that work? An example of any reform that has worked in Nigeria will be fantastic, but if not in Nigeria, anywhere reform has worked, for us to see that this thing is actually practical and it works.
Thank you very much. So I think a couple of examples in Nigeria, and I don't need to go elsewhere, both in the federal civil service and, of course, the state civil service. So I give you an example of the current reforms that the head of service, so that's the most recent, in terms of going paperless, digitization. So I will share a personal, practical experience. So I went to a particular MDA and went with a hard copy. I thought it wasn't working. I went with a hard copy to submit, and I was told, oh no, go to our portal and submit that. And so for me, this is something we've tried to do for several years, encouraging government to digitize, because it's already happening in the private sector. So that's one example of what is working, but it requires what? Committed leadership. The infrastructure also is a major issue. So that's one example. Another one that we know is in recent times, of course, our passport issuance. I know people have varied experiences about our passport issuance, but has it got better? I can score it maybe 60 to 70%. Getting better in terms of the timeline of getting our passports and driving license. These are things that we can connect with easily. Are you renewing your vehicle papers in recent times? You see that it's got a lot better because technology is playing a role. So there are a couple of reform initiatives. In terms of systems, so something happened recently. So previous work we led, for example, in Lagos State, this is for public servants, making the transition from general administrative duties to human resources management. It took a lot of effort, and you're an administrator, you'll agree with me that the admin cadre resisted that transition, and federal just issued a circular now, after several years, about that transition. Now, Lagos made that transition over 10 years ago, from general administration to human resources management. But it took a while. But Lagos are actually learning. And so that is one system process that have worked, that though it's not perfect, but at least it is working. Let's take, for example, and I know a lot of people might want to disagree around that. The federal government, and I'm using my own practical experience, started what they call a performance management system for ministers in 2019. Yeah. That work, I led that work in the office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, that held ministers to account by identifying key performance indicators for ministers. And we helped them set up a delivery unit. That had made a transition from that government to the current government, and currently managed by the Special Advisor to the President on Policy and Coordination. It's called the Central Result Coordination Unit, CRCDU. It may not be perfect, but it's working. For the first time, data is working. For the first time, you can track the performance of ministers. It may not be published, but it is working. At least that for the first time, government has an overview of how MDAs are performing, and it's cascading. I think another thing that is making some very good progress is the personal performance of staff of federal agencies, which is tied to the overall performance of ministers. So I just gave a couple of examples.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Mr. Mahmuda, examples of reforms that have worked?
Yeah, I don't want to
Please
mention
use the mic, please.
some of the issues that he mentioned now, but as somebody coming from the electricity sector, I will specifically mention the electricity power reforms in Nigeria. And I think it's something that is working to me, because all of us know that before the unbundling of the almighty NEPA, I mean, the government was actually involved in terms of generation, transmission, and distribution. And then the Electricity Act came into play, and then the generators were privatized outrightly. The discourse were partially privatized, although the government is holding 40% share. But the only segment left is the transmission aspect. And that to me is actually something, because no country can actually drive the delivery of electricity with the government alone. And with the ongoing reform processes that is coming in, I can assure you that, I mean, it's something that at least Nigerians are seeing. Before, anytime we go, no power, no power, no power. But at least the banding system has actually shows to Nigerians that, yes, electricity can be delivered at a cost, and this is something. But the sustainability of it is also another issue, because each administration where they come with their own priority. But what do? We actually agree, everybody observe, all Nigerians says that yes, we have a problem with the last mile delivery, the discourse, because there's no investment, and therefore their infrastructure are decaying, and they are not replacing. We are having a lot of issues. But then, can they partner with other private sector entities to see that at least resources can be injected? But all of them are resistant. So these are some of the challenges that I think we are actually encountering when it comes to the issue of implementing reforms. And sometimes you have to think abnormal. And what I suggested, the abnormal way of doing things is that, I mean, let's set a performance matrix for all the discourse. Any disco that failed to actually, I mean, live up to expectation, then we can sanction them by revoking their license. Yeah. But you know, we don't have the political will to do it. Mind you, this is a political regime. And then some of the owners are very powerful and they are well connected and therefore cannot be done. But when Nigerians are talking, and that is why I say that, I mean, by the time you communicate, people will talk. And then once people talk, government will listen.
Thanks so much for that. Thanks so much.
Yeah, 1 minute. So I think I like to emphasize on the transparency of this whole reform process. One of the most significant reform that everyone is happy, even though they disappoint us at times, is the reform of our telecom sector. The transparency of that sector made it possible that the best players were attracted. And if you are not competitive enough, like Nitel, you'll die. Yeah, so I just wanted to mention that still stands out as one of the most significant reforms we have ever carried out in this country. And the transparency of it actually helped out.
So, distinguished audience, you now see that reform is actually working in this country. It might not be perfect, but yes, the changes and transformation we are aiming at are being achieved, though at a slow pace, but it's happening, and it means that we should aspire for more reforms. Now, the theme of this dialogue session is actually moving from conversation to commitment. So I wanted to conclude by asking our distinguished panelists to give us some key pointers as to how do we ensure that the commitment to reform is held onto, is not shelved and abandoned on the way. What are those key factors we keep in our mind that we make sure that reform work in Nigeria?
Thank you. I think we've mentioned a bit, but I'll just re-summarize them in a more succinct manner. Reforms has to be led by people.
Please, in 2 minutes.
Yes, reform has to be led by people. There has to be transparency. There has to be clarity. There has to be communication. You need to communicate reforms to both the people who will be involved in the reforms and the beneficiaries of the reform. The other part is the institutions, the legal and institutional framework for reforms. Let's take the last reform that everybody is aware of, the tax reforms. How many laws came out of it? I think there are 4 laws that came out of the fiscal and tax reforms, thereby strengthening the overall institutional and legal framework. For public sector reform to thrive, there must be an institutional and legal framework that strengthens it. And that also includes funding of that reform. Funding is very, very crucial because without money, that reform will not stick. And that clarity must be there in the legal framework, in the institutional framework, and the people deployed to lead those reforms.
Thank you. Over to you, Mr. Mahmuda.
Thank you one more time for coming to me. Like I said, I like taking it differently. I mean, he mentioned some of the issues that I wanted to say, but I want to emphasize on the issue of the consequence management in terms of implementation of reforms. It's very, very key to us. And then we should also have maybe, I don't know how it's going to be possible because of the budgeting system that we are going to do, but the costing of it too. I mean, before the implementation of the reform, at least 50% of the cost should be provided. At least 50% of the cost should be provided. And then lastly, the issue of feedback review, midterm review is also very important. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Can we give our distinguished panelists a round of applause, please? We're now transitioning the discussion to the audience to hear from you either through contributions, but also posing questions to our panelists. So kindly, just to guide this question and answer session, you are only allowed question in 2 minutes, 2 sentences. Don't go on a dialogue session. Please be straight to the point, and in allowing us to take more questions and to have an opportunity for responses from the panel. Yes, can we have a mic, please, that we move around the audience? All right, please. If you want to make a contribution or you want to ask a question, please just raise your hand and the mic will be brought to your location.
Questions? I did very well. Someone behind you there.
Good afternoon, people on the high table. We appreciate your address concerning reform. My question is, okay, I'm saying Samuel from the Office of the Auditor General. So the question I'm trying to ask is that, what is this reform? Which problem are they solving? So which problem are they actually solving? Because here, reforms means changing a system, law, institution, or practice to fix problem. So which problem is this reform actually solving for Nigerians?
Thanks for that. Any other question? Yes, there are 2 hands here.
Okay, good morning, speakers. My name is Amioleme Osaji Marcos. I'm from Ministry of Housing and Urban Development. The key issue here is reform, and I actually appreciate the speakers. All over the world, reform is key, and you rarely mention the digitalization reform policy of present government. But one key area I know that usually leads to reform failure is capacity building. That is called 1 and 2. Currently, we have a lot of reform processes going on, and I mentioned the digitalization process. But if you look at it, in this present dispensation, the digitalization process in civil service is already facing a very serious challenge. And that challenge has to do with funding. No reforms succeed without proper funding. And not until the government stands to address the issue of funding as a result of reforms, the reform will not succeed. Thank you.
That's reinforcing what we have said. Yes.
Thanks for that.
Thank you. Panelist, moderator, thank you very much. My name is Ifeanyi Okereke. My namesake, you've done a yeoman's job with the discussions. Just straight to the point, is the issue of communicating reforms and issue of funding. Currently, the reforms are going on, and it's not the first time. But you'll notice that most times, like the team, you communicate these reforms, you carry them, but the most important thing is the people themselves do not know, the civil servants do not know fully what these reforms are. You want to reform a system, but you're going to use the civil servants to reform the system, but they don't know the full essence of the reforms. And at what point are we going to integrate the civil servants, those who are implementing it? It's, the permanent secretary talked about this top-down approach, which is a big problem. So I think that we need to rethink the way reforms are done. There is need for us to focus on those who are implementing it, the civil servants themselves, so that they can fully understand it and run with it. Another issue is the issue of funding that he's talked about. And another one is that we also need to look at the National Development Plan. You can't be doing a reform that successive administrations come, they don't have any focus on. So I think we need to find a way to situate some of the reforms within the National Development Plan. That's my contribution. Thank you.
Thanks for that. One more, and then we'll allow our panelists to respond.
You can allow the lady.
Exactly.
Good afternoon, panelists and other delegates. My name is Bashir Bello Shagari from Federal Ministry of Education. My own contribution with regards to the causes of failure of reforms in this country, I think it has to do with our attitude generally. Part of the problems is we are resistant to change. We always resist change, and then negative thinking. In Nigeria, any reform that comes, you hear people say this one will not work. Or they will say this is a fraud. Let me give example with something I'm used to, that is the IPPIS project. It came to Nigeria, we know it was working elsewhere. But you hear institutions, for example, I will give example of universities. They will say IPS is a fraud because they have their way of doing things and they want business as usual. So whatever the advantage or the positive benefits that this thing will bring, they will not see it. At the end of the day, they will continue to agitate until they are allowed to opt out of it. Whereas we know the benefits. We were in Rwanda with the head of service sometimes in 2018. We saw, the kind of implementation there and progress made. So I think there is need for change in attitude as citizens.
Water supplies, we have electricity supplies, and those areas, some areas are not even working when it comes to the electricity supply and water supply.
Thanks for the question, please.
Will help to improve the implementation of this project.
Have not been factored very well. If you finish your work, where does it end? It ends with the Public Accounts Committee. And the Public Accounts Committee will meet, before you know it, it is dead. So the institutional framework that enables the consequences for audit queries to lead to persecution and then also value for money is what it's all about. So I use that as an example to bring it home to you. Reform is supposed to not to be an end in itself. It's supposed to deliver what? Value. Reform is supposed to do what? Deliver value and transform the way services are provided. That's the way I want to end it. The second one is about institutional and human capacity. Now, I will link that to budget and lead that to incentives as well so that I can answer the question at the same time. Now, if you track federal or state government budgets, in terms of the level of investments in our management development institutions, it is almost near zero. There was a time that it is actually a structured performance system that for you to move from another grade level to another grade level, you must have participated in a development course, either at ASCON or any of the management development, depending on where you are. These days, I was at ASCON several months ago. That was last year. The place was, what would I say? A shadow of its old self. Though it's undergoing reformation right now. But it will tell you that several years of lack of investment in our MDI is what is causing all of that. Right? So budget and invest in our management development and tie it to the overall professional growth of that particular individual. I know the head of service is pushing. We currently partnered with them on an e-learning portal. I hope that will be activated soon so that digitally people can take those courses without necessarily heading over to that point. You can only head there when you're going for advanced courses. So it's important to tie it to funding. That means funding is crucial. Government, if you want to reform, government must fund it. And that is the same thing with incentives. We are all humans, and we all look out for what is in need for us in these reforms. What changes will it bring to the way I work? What changes will it bring sometimes to remuneration? I listen to the head of service talk about the new gratuity system and all of those things that is going to happen going forward. Those are the things that provide security. Finally, for me, it's about how we recruit. I keep repeating that. Recruitment and deployment, which is our human resources management system. If it is working in the private sector, why wouldn't it work for us in the public sector? What are we afraid of? I end up with this. Who is afraid of reforms?
No, thanks for that. Mr. Maman, I wanted you to help us understand. A question came about bringing people along in the reform process. That the civil service who are meant to be impacted by this reform are not even informed on what the reform is aimed at or what the reform process is about. Could you help us just respond to the question that came up in that regard, starting with that?
Thank you. Okay, I want to start from the bottom up again. The issue of attitudinal change that you mentioned in service is very key.
Yes.
But to me, sometimes it's actually due to lack of knowledge. And that brings us the issue of the capacity development that he's talking about. The civil service that we joined when we graduated from the university, there's a lot of incentives. In fact, whether you like it or not, you must be forced to go for capacity development.
Yeah.
And like he said, it's usually attached to promotions. Because before you cross a certain grade level, you might have attended some courses. But now such things are no longer there. And it also revolves around the issue of the funding that we are talking about. So you can see that is why everything is tied central to the issue of the funding. Incentives come in different forms, my sister. I mentioned incentives separately because I say we need incentives to drive reform processes. When you implement the reform processes very well, a lot of incentives can come your way. You can be able to get accelerated promotion. You can be sent on a course. Envious of that, and then it will also ginger them. But we don't use the incentives and the consequences management as at when due. Like he mentioned, the issue of the audit. How many people were actually punished because of infringement in the audit processes? We all know. Everything ends with the Public Accounts Committee and nothing. So by the time you started imposing the consequences management, believe me, the entire civil service will change and reform processes will be implemented. But mind you, I keep on emphasizing the issue of the feedback, the review. It's very, very important. The moment you start a report processes, give it a timeline, 3 months, maximum 6 months, go back to the drawing board, check what works and what didn't work. Review, implement, and roll it over again, and it will work. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have time for 2 more questions, but I would appeal that it comes from women. We've had more men asking questions, so if there are questions from women, we will prioritize that. 2 more. There is one hand at the back there.
2 hands at the back.
Could the mic be brought over to her, please? One more, another hand, please, if there is any other. All right, please, your question.
Okay, my question is in respect of what our panelists talked about. We're talking about recruitment and deployment. Actually, is a major issue in the sense that people are recruited and you notice that when they are being employed, there is no induction. People are not, they don't know how to do things in a way that to know respects grade level on how to, you see somebody in level 9 talking to somebody in level 13 or level 14 anyhow because they were not, they were not properly given the right training. Then another one again is about deployment. You see somebody is employed and you don't know, you don't have shadows of duty. Some people come to work for 1 month, 2 months, they've not even handled any file. It's as if they don't have anything to do. So in that area, I think reform should come that way to where people will have shadows of duty, like in the private sector. If you come to work, you know this is what you're supposed to do. At the end of the day, there's accountability that I was supposed to do this and I've done that. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Distinguished panelist, I think what she's talking about is looking internally, a kind of an internal reflection, an inflection as to how this reform should start manifesting in the civil service. Mainly begin with at the entry point. When you enter the door, what you should encounter initially about induction, being taught through what the civil service is and how you fit in to the institution. Just so you help us situate this in the current reforms that are ongoing. How is this current reform accommodating orientation as the very introductory step of onboarding civil servants into the service?
Thank you. I think one of the things that this current head of service is doing is the use of the digital e-learning platform for induction. Before for induction, you're probably sent to ASCON or some other institutions for induction, but technology will help a lot. So those induction curricula now is currently being developed, and we hope that it can be deployed to resolve that problem. But induction is one. After induction, so what? So it must be structured in such a way that as you progress, just re-emphasizing the need to have a professional human resources management system. That is the same way we have it in the private sector. There must be clear job descriptions. I know that you have the public service rules. There have been several efforts to review the public service rules. It must not end. Let it be like almost an annual thing, that this public service rule is revisited to make sure that it works for the system. As the system is changing, so the rules must continue to change. Now you are digitizing. It has to be captured in the public service rules. If you're going to have an e-learning portal, it must do what? Be captured in the public service rules. Those are very, very important. Our establishment plan is also very, very important, because if you don't have an establishment plan that clearly define where the skill gaps are, when was the last time? I know there's a session on a workforce planning, which is an establishment issue, but when was the last time there is a workforce plan for the federal government? I know if you raise, people might think it's a skill audit. No, a workforce plan is crucial so that we can deploy more strategically. And then we can recruit more strategically. Because I've gone to several MDAs who currently are at loss of what they would do with the recruitment from the Civil Service Commission. One of the work we did with Civil Service Commission recently is to help them articulate a policy for the Civil Service Commission, the first in over 70 years. That policy looked at their institutional framework, their internal dynamics, including how to recruit and deploy, learning from several climes all over the world. So all of those things are the things that the Federal Civil Service will have to look at.
Mr. Mahmuda?
Yes, I think the ongoing skills gap analysis that the current head of service is driving, I mean, it's a very good reference point and it will solve most of the issues. I think after the skill gap analysis, even the recruitment now you can see is going to be merit-based.
Yes.
You know, over the years now, I mean, I don't know when last Nigeria has had, I mean, civil service entrance examination. It's based on who you know. And you know, such things, I mean, it's not good for the country. It's not good for the country. There are some certain policies that has been put in place now, and I just want to emphasize on some of the issues that you mentioned now. The issue of the digitization and the performance management policy being driven currently, I mean, they are very good reference points. Once implemented 100%, I think the issue of the redundancy that she's talking about will no longer be there. But mind you, it also come at a cost because at the end of the day, I mean, you can see redundant workforce has to be repurposed to another area. So that's what we keep on saying. They don't need to be restrained, but they can be repurposed to areas of need. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This is a good time to wrap this up. I want us to start by giving a round of applause to our distinguished panelists, but also to recognize the great and significant role you play as the audience in this discussion. Give yourself a round of applause. From these discussions, we have not just discussed what are the factors that make reforms stuck, we also discussed and demonstrated that reforms have worked in various places in Nigeria. But moving forward, we also thought ahead and said factors that will enable reform to work are included in not just the human resource, the human resource, the leadership, technology, and so on, policy. We've clearly discussed the attitude and incentives that needs to be in place to enable reforms. I want to thank you for being a very vibrant participant in this dialogue, and thank you to the participants. I hope the lessons that emerge from this will feed into the ongoing reforms. Will also inform new processes that will better the results that we are aiming for in the reform process. Again, to conclude, my name is Dr. Paul Ture from the United Nations Development Program. I want to thank you for your participation. Thank you and have a good day ahead of you.
So thank you so much, everyone. We're delighted to have the panelists here and the moderator. So my name is Olaiton Abiodun. At the moment, we're supposed to be at the opening ceremony, but for now, we'll just take a group picture. Thank you. Let's give them a round of applause, please. So you can snap them. I'll join them. Can I?
Please. Don't be at the end.
Thank you. All right, so please don't be in a hurry to leave. We have this list we're passing around. We need your numbers. You know, we've gone digital, so we'll send the link to your numbers, then you feel very important. Like, we have a large crowd here, like on like other stages, so just be patient, please, to go around. They will have sent it through a QR code, but I'll be running up and down to see how it will be done through the QR code, but it's very impossible. Thank you so much. So who has the jotter? There's a jotter that we've been passing around. Please, can you? Yes, then there's a paper too, one list like that. Please just pass it around so that our efforts will be recognized, please. Thank you.
Service Conference returns for its second edition, Icsc 2026. Theme, Reforms, Resilience, and Results. From May 20th to 21st, 2026, Eagle Square, Abuja becomes the gathering point for policy leaders, reform champions, and innovators committed to advance.
It's just your number, phone number is very important. There's no way we can send a link without the phone number. Please.
That have just been allowed to remain. That we are expecting to grace this event. And so we would like to please plead with all our distinguished guests that everyone else should please leave the seats as they are for now. And then, of course, it is also pertinent that we recognize the presence of Right Honorable Adefumilayo Tejosho, the Executive Director, Corporate Services Southwest Development Commission. We'd like to welcome you. We also welcome Barrister Oluwaseun Faleye, the Managing Director of the Social Insurance Trust Fund. We'd like to welcome you. Appreciate the presence of heads of paramilitary and military organizations here. We welcome you.
So I will even advise you just stay here because inside that other big hall is overflowing with people. So if you need, even if you want to go there now, you stress yourself, you'll be standing. So it's better you're here. To be everything will be showed on the screen here, please.
And in a short while, when we get started for the opening ceremony, we'll be live on national television stations. Dr. Shamsuddin Babatunde Ogunmuyiwa, Ogunjimi, I beg your pardon, Dr. Shamsuddin Babatunde Ogunjimi, FCA, the Accountant General of the Federation, would like to welcome you. We can have the documentary playback at this point, please.
Continues with dynamic exhibitions, more technical sessions, panel discussions, and strategic engagements showcasing innovation and best practices across ministries, departments, and agencies. ICSC 2026 is strictly by invitation. Join us from May 20th to 21st, 2026 at Eagle Square, Abuja. To participate virtually, register now at www.icsc.ohcsf.gov.ng ICSC 2026, shaping the future of public service.
The maiden edition of the International Civil Service Conference demonstrated the value of collaboration between government and the private sector. ICSC 2026, themed Reforms, Resilience, and Results, returns as a premier
Please, the jotter for announce for attendance, if it's with you, please. Okay.
to receive in our midst this afternoon the President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, ably represented at this event by the engine room of the government, and he is none other than His Excellency Senator Dr. George Akume, CON, the Secretary to Government of the Federation. Being led in by the Chief Convener of this program. Dr. Enekeshi, please be on standby. Please, can the rest of us take our seats? Remain standing, but of course we need to clear the aisle and clear the thoroughfare. We welcome you, Your Excellency.
Media men, please kindly clear the aisle, please. Kindly move back to your designated positions, please, to avoid disruptions. Please.
Thank you. At this point in time, would like to call for the national anthem. Please, let's remain standing. First stanza only, please.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand.
Thank you very much for that beautiful rendition of the first stanza of the Nigerian national anthem. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, who will recite the third stanza as the opening prayer. The third stanza of the Nigerian national anthem. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed. Amen.
Amen and amen. Please be seated. We'll be taking the Federal Civil Service Anthem alongside. Please do us that favor. Do us that favor. We're proud to let you in on the fact that Nigerian Civil Service has an anthem And it is better you learn from us today. Please let's have the Federal Civil Service anthem. Very quickly.
There were obstacles and there were hurdles that we had to face. There were challenges and there were struggles that we had to brace. Now there's a sound of change that is coming, a journey towards a transforming and rebuilding a system that will stand the test of time. Yes, we're building a system that will stand the test of time.
Sorry, we sincerely apologize the heat, but if you want to step out, please feel free. If you want to find, but everywhere down, no AC, down, all this thing. I don't know what happened. Maybe an electrical fault, I don't know. But feel free to, you can leave if you want, please.
This is a call for transformation. This is a vision for change. A citizen-centered epic culture. Join us to move Nigeria forward. This is the Federal Civil Service. We are marching to greatness.
Creating new possibilities, rebuilding capacity, serving the people with excellence and honesty. Where there's a drive, where there's inspiration, partnership and innovation.
Yes, we're building a system that will stand the test of time. Yes, we're building a system that will stand the test of time. This is the Federal Civil Service. Our mission is clear as day. This is a call for transformation. This is a vision for change. A citizen-centered epic culture. Join us to move Nigeria forward. This is the Federal Civil Service. We are marching to greatness. Marching to greatness today.
Where technology meets innovation for sustainability. Civil servants rewarded for excellence and creativity.
This is the Federal Civil Service. Our mission is clear as day.
This is a call for transformation. This is
the Federal Civil Service. We are marching to greatness. Marching to greatness. Marching to greatness. Icsc culture marching to greatness.
Thank you very much. Please, if you intended to make that a clap for the Nigerian Civil Service, can we make it a bit louder than that for them as you take your seats?
Thank you very much. The anthem you just listened to was reintroduced by the head of the Civil Service of the Federation upon assumption of duty on 14th of August 2024. And indeed, a strong civil service means hope for every country, as it is the permanent bureaucracy that keeps every administration running. Once again, welcome.
Thank you very much. The special guest of honor, Your Excellency, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented this morning by the Secretary to Government of the Federation, His Excellency Senator George Akume, CON, the representative of the President of the Senate Committee Chairman on Establishment and Public Service, and his counterpart from the House of Representatives, members of the National Assembly here present, members of the Federal Executive Council here present, the chief host of this event and convener, our dear Mrs. D.D. Esther Wilson Jack, OON, MNI, Head of Civil Service of the Federation of Nigeria. The Chairman, Federal Civil Service Commission, Professor Tunji Olaoba, the honorable ministers that are here with us, I've recognized all of you in your numbers, service chiefs, heads of agencies of government, paramilitary and military formations, the Chairman, Aig Imohwede Foundation, Chairman Phillips Consulting, heads of services from across the 36 states of the Federation and the Federal Capital Territory, MD, CEO, Flutterwave, and all of your team, our very distinguished participants from the various participating countries and leaders of these delegations, Federal Permanent Secretaries, members of a diplomatic corps, and a national delegation, heads of civil service institutions, and senior government officials from the United States of America, from the United Kingdom, from Singapore, Switzerland, Ghana, the Gambia, Zimbabwe, Zambia, Algeria, Sudan, Indonesia, Iran, Ethiopia, and Colombia, respectively. Heads of security agencies, heads of agencies, and parastatals, development partners, gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. We'd like to just warmly welcome you to the second edition of the International Civil Service Conference 2026. Today, Nigeria proudly hosts thought leaders from of reform and champions and public sector professionals from across the globe for this very strategic conversation that will shape the future of governance and public administration. The theme of this year's conference, as we all know, reforms, resilience, and results, speaks directly to the demand of our time. It reflects the urgent need for bold reforms, adaptive institutions, and measurable outcomes in the delivery of public service. To speak further and to shed light on the tone setting for this event, it is proper that we invite the chief convener and chief host of this event, the very delectable, quintessential visionary, Mrs. D.D. Esther Wilson Jack, OON, MNI, Head of Civil Service of the Federation, the reformist as I call her, to come to the stage to formally welcome all distinguished participants and the President of the Federation formally to this event. We can do better with that round of applause for this delectable woman.
Thank you. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the International Civil Service Conference 2026. 11 months ago, we stood on this ground and made a bold commitment to rejuvenate, innovate, and accelerate the transformation of the Nigerian civil service and civil services all over the globe. Today, we return not to repeat ourselves, but to demonstrate. We have brought progress, we have brought proof, and we have brought renewed determination to go further. To our international delegates, welcome to Abuja. Last year, 6 countries participated. This year, 16 nations are at this table. The United States, the United Kingdom, Switzerland, Singapore, Indonesia, Colombia, Ghana, the Gambia, Zambia, Algeria, Zimbabwe, Sudan, Iran, Ethiopia, DR Congo, and of course, Nigeria. Over 5,000 participants are already here in the conference, and then we have thousands more online. Your presence gives this conference a truly global character and reminds us that the future of public administration belongs to those who learn together. We gather this year under the theme Reforms, Resilience, and Results. 3 words chosen with purpose. Reform, because no institution survives by doing tomorrow exactly what it did yesterday. Resilience, because the world does not pause its disruptions, and we know there are many, while we reorganize. And results, because citizens everywhere are done waiting for potential. They want delivery. All 38 federal ministries and extra-ministerial departments in the Federal Civil Service digitalized their work processes ahead of the 31st of December deadline. And so now we are here to let you know that we have learned and we have results. Our ServiceWise GPT platform, an AI tool that helps civil servants navigate service rules and institutional knowledge, has recorded over 50,000 conversations. These are not vanity metrics. They are evidence that technology, when it solves real problems, gets adopted. These achievements should fill us with pride and motivate us to continue advancing. We are also deepening the conversation on responsible artificial intelligence in governance. Our position is clear. AI must expand human capacity, not replace human judgment. It must serve citizens, especially the most vulnerable, not simply those already well served. We could not have achieved these successes without the visionary leadership, strong support, and unwavering commitment of His Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Mr. President has set a clear tone for performance, accountability, and results. The Federal Civil Service moving faster, thinking bigger, working smarter, and delivering better. For the confidence and support, we remain grateful. Now, the architecture of this conference, Icsc 2026, is structured across 8 stages: Aspire, Innovate, Activate, Accelerate, Accomplish, Rejuvenate, Transform, and Impact. as a deliberate progression. They reflect the journey that genuine reform takes from vision through implementation to making gains last and delivering lasting results. The three roundtables will tackle the future of work in the public sector, partnerships and collaboration, and financing reform under fiscal pressure. They are not designed to generate the usual friction that produces insight. They are designed for comfortable consensus. The deal room is our most consequential innovation this year. Stakeholders will not merely discuss partnerships, they will formalize them with legal officers on hand to support the signing of memorandum of understanding. We want this conference to end with signatures, not just speeches. So your active engagement is essential to turn discussions into tangible commitments. To every delegate in this room, we have not invited you here to observe Nigeria. We have invited you to participate in a global conversation. Some of you have solved problems we are still working through. Some of you are working through problems we have recently solved. That is exactly why the diversity in this room is an asset, not merely a courtesy. So I ask you to engage fully, visit the stages, participate actively in roundtables, and sign agreements in the deal room. When you leave Abuja, bring back one actionable commitment as a reform.
Hope the volume is fine now. Or we should increase it further, the volume. Increase it a bit. They said you should increase it.
Icsc 2026. Welcome to a
I think it's better now.
Welcome to the conversation
Will you like
that
to
will help us build the civil services our citizens desire. Thank you.
Very well delivered, eloquent, with so much poise and elocution. Please, can we give it to her one more time? The chief host of this event, ladies and gentlemen, please celebrate with me a distinguished patriot and icon of excellence and the gracious host of this prestigious conference, Mrs. Didi Esther Wilson Jack, OON, MNI. One more round of applause, please, just as it takes her set. Your Excellency, our very dear President, ably represented here by the Secretary to Government of the Federation. Today, we are celebrating an exceptional daughter of Africa, an icon of diplomacy, and a beacon of visionary leadership, Amina J. Mohammed. Her Excellency has continued to distinguish herself on the global stage through service, integrity, intellect, and unwavering commitment to humanity. From Nigeria to the United Nations, she has remained a powerful voice for sustainable development, peace, gender equality, and inclusive progress. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, she's not able to be here with us in person, but she's here to be able to deliver a very goodwill message to this auspicious conference. So if your hands are not as busy, I'd like you to please join me in welcoming Her Excellency, Mrs. Amina Mohammed, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations.
Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Her Excellency Didi Esther Wilson Jack, Head of the Civil Service of the Federation. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to join you for the International Civil Service Conference in Abuja and to reflect with you on the future of public service at such an important moment. My thanks to Her Excellency Didi Esther Wilson Jack for convening this important conference. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Across the world, people are looking to public institutions for delivery, dignity, and hope. From ensuring access to education, water and sanitation, healthcare and justice, to fostering opportunities and enabling people and communities to flourish, the civil service is critical to all our lives. This is also the promise at the heart of the SDGs Goal 16, peace, just and inclusive societies, grounded in effective, accountable and inclusive institutions. SDG 16 is not only one goal among many, it is the foundation on which progress across the entire 2030 agenda depends. Without peace, development cannot take root. Without justice, inequalities deepen. Without strong institutions, policies do not reach people's lives. And without trust, societies cannot mobilize the collective action needed for transformation. But business as usual will not deliver the change we need. The SDGs are off track. Fiscal pressure are growing. Conflicts, climate shocks, and inequalities are straining communities. And in many places, trust in institutions is being tested. This moment calls for a renewed public service compact, rooted in integrity, professionalism, innovation, and inclusion. It calls for institutions that listen, learn, and deliver. It calls for stronger digital infrastructure and data systems that support sound policy analysis, improve service delivery, strengthen accountability, and bring government closer to the people. It calls for stronger transparency and accountability from the federal level to the local level. And it calls for the full participation and leadership of women and young people, not as beneficiaries alone, but as decision makers, innovators, co-creators, and partners in shaping the future. So as you meet in Abuja, I encourage you to be bold, to ask how the civil service can rebuild trust, deliver faster and fairer, bring government closer to people, and become a true engine for SDG acceleration. At a time when public institutions are under pressure, I pay tribute to all those who serve with dedication and integrity every day. Your work matters for peace, for justice, for dignity, and for the future we owe the next generation. I wish you all a successful and productive conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, we can make that applause a lot louder than that. That is Nigeria's gift to the world. Thank you very much indeed. At this point in time, would like to take a few more goodwill messages. And the very next goodwill message, Your Excellency, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, is going to be coming from a man, a very respected diplomat, a committed partner in strengthening the enduring relationship between the United Kingdom and Nigeria, and his dedication to cooperation, development, and mutual progress continues to foster stronger ties between our two nations. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please join me as I say to be welcoming to the podium Sir Richard Montgomery, the British High Commissioner to Nigeria. Please, I'd like that we please welcome him with a very deserving round of applause for his goodwill message. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. Your Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, represented today by His Excellency, the Secretary of the Government of the Federation, Dr. George Akume, honorable ministers, and of course, the head of the Civil Service of the Federation and other senior officials here. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to stand on protocols already observed. I thought I was going to get away with it because they'd removed the podium, so I thought I wasn't going to have to speak, sir. But I am very honored to be here, and I wanted to start by thanking the head of the Civil Service of the Federation, Mrs. Didi Esther Wilson-Jack, and for inviting me to deliver some goodwill remarks. And I wanted to say congratulations to you, madam, for this second International Civil Service Conference. I was at the first, the inaugural one last year, and it set an impressive bar, an impressive baseline for sharing lessons of what's going on in Nigeria. and also more internationally. And I was delighted to hear we have many more international partners here this year than last, so my congratulations. And I think a round of applause for Mrs. Wolfson-Jack. And I listen to you, madam, and absolutely I agree that we can all learn from each other. We meet at a time of very significant global uncertainty. Conflict in the Sahel, in Ukraine, the Iran crisis, and all the spillover effects. Technology, artificial intelligence. I remember, madam, last year you gave a presentation on AI. And of course, AI brings new capabilities. And I think, Honorable Minister,
Please
Dr.
don't
Giorgio gave an
leave.
incredibly
You're going to
inspiring
have
speech
lunch
earlier on.
immediately after the presidential speech. I can see a lot of people are going. Please be patient. Like in an hour's time, everything will be done. Then you come back after your lunch for another session. It seems some of us don't have the agenda. Exactly. Sorry. Yes, that's the problem. I can see a lot of people just leaving. You're going to miss out if you leave.
Including in my own country, are struggling with these uncertainties, with these challenges. So in such challenging times, the role of all of you, the civil service of the Federation, the public servants from other countries, our role is ever much more important. And we are delighted to learn from Nigeria. You know, the United Kingdom has sought to step up our partnership because of the reforms, economic and more broadly, under the Renewed Hope initiative. We are already seeing in Nigeria higher investment and higher growth, but also some impressive resilience to present global challenges. And for the UK, this has created a desire for us to step up our partnership. And we saw that when we signed a new strategic partnership in 2024, and we saw that in the recent state visit of His Excellency, the President to the United Kingdom, hosted by His Majesty the King. And these diplomatic partnerships, they have to be based on delivery and results. And we were really delighted that we, between us, agreed over $1.5 billion new investment, dollars worth of investment in agriculture, in infrastructure in Nigeria. And of course, the state visit reaffirmed our long-term ties, our commitment, shared commitment to security, prosperity, and democracy. And of course, we harness the benefits of the amazing diasporas in both our countries that create the people-to-people links. But I would discourage, of course, any complacency in our relationship given the context of global uncertainties. And reforms of the economy, of the civil service, of any country take time. They need sustained attention. They need the energy that you are injecting, madam, into the accelerate and all the 3 R's that you mentioned: reform, resilience, and results. Very topical for today's world. But SGF and Mr. President, our countries share a strong and enduring partnership. I'm delighted that the head of civil service has sought out international partnerships, not just from us, but from all the other international partners. We all have issues to learn from each other. But I am particularly delighted that the UK and Nigeria, partly because of your leadership, madam, continue to cultivate a number of peer-to-peer relationships. That's also in finance, between our central banks, it's between our health agencies, it's between our tax authorities, but most important for today, between our Cabinet Office, your office, between your delivery units and our equivalent in the UK. We're very grateful for the open partnership that you have helped to cultivate. All helped, of course, by diaspora people in both our countries that know both our systems, which is wonderful. So let me end this message of goodwill. I really hope that everybody is able to identify key lessons in all the wonderful stages throughout the venue. I really hope that we get to build the reforms, we can deliver more results, and we can all cultivate our resilience in the year ahead. And I hope that the insights from this conference will inspire us all to do better as public servants and make lives for our citizens in all our countries better. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. We appreciate you, and your presence here speaks volume to what we're doing here today. Please, can we give him another round of applause, please? In a nutshell, the civil service remains the bridge.
Sorry, please, the Google form is sent to your WhatsApp. Please help us fill it out. Please help us fill it, the attendance. Online attendance, please. They were sending it.
So please kindly oblige us. Please fill it before you go for lunch, please. You have to fill it before you step out.
From every corner of the land, hear the call. From the winding creeks of the south, from the ancient cities of the center, from the deep forests of the east, from the restless cities of the west, and from the far-reaching plains of the north, let every culture speak. Let every voice be heard as we welcome the hands that sustain a nation.
Mun zo gurin nan domin zaman lafiya da mutunci da amana. Muna gaishe da mutanen wannan guri, ina kwananku, ina gajiyanku. Yanda kowa ya zo gurin nan lafiya, Allah ya komar da kowa gida lafiya.
Àwa ọmọ ilẹ̀ Yorùbá a kí àwọn tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ fún ire gbogbo ènìyàn.
A nation stands because service never sleeps. Through wisdom, duty, and sacrifice, the hopes of millions are carried forward. Today, cultures unite, nations gather, voices become one. To honor service, to celebrate excellence, to shape the future together. Welcome to the force that sustains a nation. Welcome to the International Civil Service Conference 2026.
Nigeria, stand up! Make way, make way! The commander-in-chief is entering! From the city to the capital ground, hear the drums and the voices sound. Leader of the nation, steady and strong, moving the people and taking us on. The flag is waving high today, progress rising in every honor and dignity. A woman of grace and integrity. Civil service leading with wisdom and grace. Making impact across the nation's place. Rising with the Esther Walls and Jack. Who are we welcome you back. Strong in service, focus and bright. Working for Nigeria's future life.
Ladies and gentlemen, the applause is loud. The celebration is sweet. And history has been written. And new service.
Peace and progress everywhere spread. Commander in chief, the people rejoice. Nigeria united, we want strong.
But beyond the titles, responsibility awaits. Because after the handshakes, after the photographs, after the praises of Carry Go, work must begin.
Bus by 4. But you still there by 6. Now office life it is. Bus by 4. But you still there by 6. Now office life it is. Bus by 4. But you still there by 6. Now office life it is. Hey! Office people, where you there? If your file don't ever lost it. Hey! 2, 1, hey! Stamp am, sign am, move that file, no dollar. Stamp am, sign am, once they come, adjust am. Stamp am, sign am, move that file, no dollar. Stamp am, sign am, once they come, adjust am. File don't jump, clear no. Everybody shift, overload. Double two table, pass and go. If you miss once, while I go blow. Left, right, stamp, sign, move that body in a straight line. Delay small, you go pay, fine. Office dance, but we still shine. 805, you dey sneak inside. Boss man, eye sharp, no way to hide. Chair go squeak as you quickly slide. Act like say you don't there since 9. Printer jump, hit them twice. Network slow, you roll your eyes. Madam call, you act all nice. But your mind they launch and rise. Man, I would that fine. No go down for line. No. If you slack one time, no. Now your head go sign. No. Stop her, sign up. Move that file, no dollar. Stop her, sign up. Once they come, I trust her.
With her team beside her, she steps into the office of service, a place filled with files, paperwork, shells, and systems that have carried the nation for years. This is where long hours live, where paper moves from table to table, where signatures may travel slower than dreams.
Tea break time mini party. Everybody laugh like they know all I did. But once I got show for the lobby, everybody back to serious.
But perhaps, just perhaps, change is knocking at the door.
And please want to announce a number, so just send hi to the number. I'll send the Google attendance to you. 090 77. Just send hi. We'll send the attendance to you directly. 090 77 81 25 812547. Zero 90 77 81 2547.
To greatness, Icsc, culture, marching to greatness.
Nigeria is still becoming, still reaching toward the version of itself it has always imagined. And behind that movement, behind policies, ministries, institutions, and public trust, is the civil service. Not perfect, not without challenge, but willing to evolve. Because reform does not begin in comfort. It begins in the decision to do better, to move from systems that once struggled under the weight of time into systems becoming faster, smarter, and more connected. From service that once felt distant to service becoming more accessible, more responsive, more human. And perhaps that is the real meaning of progress. Acknowledging there were challenges, but refusing to remain where we used to be. Because the strength of a workforce has never been in sameness. It is in variety, in inclusion, in the understanding that creativity and excellence are not limited by physical ability. Somewhere along the journey, somewhere between reform and resilience, the anthem began to sound a lot less like music and more like memory. This is the Federal Civil Service. We are marching to greatness. History will remember our courage to evolve through resilience, reforms, and results.
We hold the line, rain or sunshine, we still shine. Pressure they come, we know they fall, Together we stand, stronger for all. Honor, duty, service, pride, now we take it to the sky. As one, hearts of fire. One more time. Stand up, stand tall. We will never fall. We rise as one. Civil service. We are never
Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you agree with me that that was a beautiful and energetic performance by the Muna dance troupe. They told the story of the civil service transformation very beautifully. They highlighted our enterprise content management, the digitization of our processes, our paperless policy, and also the service-wise GPT, which has made work very seamless in the civil service. And the epic culture, of course. Civil servants are now epic, efficient, productive, incorruptible, and citizen-centered. No thanks to our amiable head of the Civil Service of the Federation and her team of transformative permanent secretaries. I think they deserve a better round of applause. Thank you very much. Mr. Andy, over to you.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, our special guest of honor, and our distinguished guests from different parts of the world. I'm going to be introducing a man, our leader, who was led with purpose, who is still leading with purpose, who is also leading with unwavering commitment to national renewal, economic transformation, and democratic governance. And his leadership has continued to shape the future of our dear nation. Under his visionary leadership, Nigeria continues to pursue reforms aimed at strengthening institutions, empowering citizens, and building a more resilient, prosperous, and a very virile nation for generations to come. He is not here in person, but he is being represented today by a man who is an accomplished statesman, a seasoned administrator, and a patriot of uncommon dedication. As a former governor of Benue State for 8 consecutive years.
Please, the topic is from conversation to commitment. And the stage listing is Activate. The stage name is Activate. Activate is the stage name. The topic is from conversation to commitment. From conversation to commitment.
I want to add making reforms stick from conversation to commitment. Then you write making reforms stick. You can put it in brackets. Thank you.
Senator George Akume, CON, Secretary to Government of the Federation, whom the President of Nigeria will be speaking through. Can I have that round of applause one more time for him?
Please be seated. I'll be seated. The glasses, yes. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I stand proxy for my boss, the President, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, CCON. He's not here because of other commitments outside of Abuja, but you know he loves the service. Permit me to proceed with his statement to this beautiful occasion. It is a profound pleasure to return to this assembly of dedicated public servants and global partners. About a year ago, we gathered here to flag off a bold vision for a rejuvenated, innovative, and future-ready civil service. Today, we return not merely to review progress, but to acknowledge the first fruits of that collective effort. The theme of this year's conference, Reforms, Resilience, and Results, is not just a slogan. It is a statement of intent and a measure of our progress. It reflects our transition from aspiration to execution, and from execution to measurable impact. In the past 11 months, the Nigerian Public Service has moved beyond plans and policy declarations. It has tested its systems against global economic pressures, domestic service demands, and the urgent expectations of citizens. The results we see today speak to the resilience, commitment, and adaptability of our workforce. Under the renewed hope agenda of this administration, we promise a government that works for every Nigerian. We recognize then, as we do now, that no policy, however sound, can succeed without a capable, disciplined, and high-performing civil service to implement it. You are the engine room of national transformation. Today, that engine is becoming faster, smarter, more accountable, and more responsive to the needs of our people. When we spoke of digitalization in 2025, some may have considered it an ambition for a distant future. Today, with 38 ministries and extra ministerial departments operating on a secure, paperless, and end-to-end electronic workflow system, we are sending a clear message that Nigeria is building a public service that enables progress. Our bureaucracy must no longer be seen as a bottleneck. It must serve as a bridge to efficiency, investment, innovation, and inclusive growth. This digital leap is being reinforced by the personnel audit and skills gap analysis, which I authorized during the last conference and which is now nearing completion. We are no longer relying on assumptions about our capability and capacity. We are measuring it. We are identifying gaps, strengthening competencies, and ensuring that the right people are placed in the right roles, equipped with the digital skills and professional discipline required for 21st century governance. A few days ago, at the Africa Chief Executive Forum in Rwanda, I spoke about Nigeria's bold digital infrastructure ambition through Project Bridge, building resilient digital infrastructure for growth. As we accelerate our digital transformation journey, we welcome investors and partners to participate in Nigeria's digital infrastructure ecosystem. This is a critical foundation for jobs, business growth, innovation, public service efficiency, and expanded connectivity for millions of Nigerians in the digital economy. Accordingly, all ministries and extra ministerial departments are hereby directed to sustain and deepen their digitalized work processes. Agencies are also directed to adopt digitalization across their internal operations and service delivery systems. The era of manual inefficiency must give way to a culture of speed, transparency, data-driven decision-making, and citizen-centered service. I wish to specifically commend the head of the Civil Service of the Federation, Mrs. Didi Esther Wilson-Jack, for her exemplary leadership in driving the Federal Civil Service Strategy and Implementation Plan 2021 to 2025, which has yielded significant results. The integration of innovative tools, including the service-wise GPT, demonstrates what is possible when visionary leadership has commitment to reform. I also commend the collective efforts of our ministries, extra ministerial departments, and agencies. Through sustained internal collaboration, Nigeria's public service transformation journey has continued to gain momentum a shared commitment to governance reforms, institutional strengthening, and improved service delivery is positioning the country as an emerging benchmark for public service reform on the continent and beyond. To our international partners from Africa and across the world, I thank you for your continued collaboration. Your insights, reform experience, and technical support have strengthened our transformation journey. Nigeria is reforming with confidence, not only to meet domestic expectations, but also to contribute meaningfully to regional and global standards in public service excellence. This conference must therefore serve as a results laboratory. It must challenge us to ask hard questions. How do we make reform irreversible? How do we strengthen accountability? How do we ensure that technology improves service delivery and not merely internal processes? How do we build institutions that endure beyond personalities and political cycles? We must institutionalize resilience so that the progress of today becomes the standard of tomorrow. The world is watching Nigeria. More importantly, Nigerians are expecting results. Our responsibility is to justify their confidence by building a civil service that is sufficient, ethical, professional, innovative, and firmly committed to national development. Before I conclude this statement, I want to welcome you all once again, particularly members of the National Assembly, the honorable ministers, the head of service of the Federation of Nigeria, Icsc, and her counterparts from across the world. You are sincerely welcome. We also welcome members of the diplomatic corps, especially the UK envoy to our country, Richard Montgomery, and his Cuban counterpart, the chairman, Civil Service Commission, the chairman, Icsc Foundation, permanent secretaries, top public servants, distinguished ladies and gentlemen who are all here to participate in this very important occasion. It is therefore, on this note, it is my honor to declare the International Civil Service Conference 2026 open. I look forward to the reform actions, measurable commitments, and practical outcomes that will emerge from your deliberations. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you all.
We can do better with that round of applause for the President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, speaking through the Secretary to Government of the Federation. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, just as you take your seat very briefly, please be seated briefly, Your Excellency. Please, thank you very much. We want to welcome the Honorable Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, Dr. Jumoke Oduwole. Would like to welcome you. And also want to recognize members of the diplomatic community that have just joined us, the ambassadors of Tunisia, the ambassador of Algeria, and the ambassador of Cuba, respectively. We would like to welcome all of you. Thank you very much. We'll be having a photo opportunity with the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. And that will be done on the stage. We're going to crave an indulgence. It's going to be a brief walk to the stage, and the head of Civil Service of the Federation will be leading the President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces to the stage for pictures. But before that, I'd like to invite all the ministers and members of the Federal Executive Council that are here to please come up to the stage and wait for the minister and the head of service who will be leading him to join them. Honorable ministers, please. Can we have the honorable ministers join us on this platform? It's going to be done now. Yes. Honorable Ministers, please can I have you join us here on this platform? It is when we are settled that we can invite the President, Commander-in-Chief of Armed Forces of Nigeria, represented here by the Secretary to Government of the Federation. Members of the Diplomatic Corps, please be on standby as well. And then the very third batch will be our distinguished, that will be the second batch after this. Honorable Ministers are already on standby. They're here on stage. May I invite the Head of Civil Service to please invite the President to please join her over here. And of course, after this batch, we'll be inviting members of diplomatic community to also take their turn with a photo opportunity with the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces represented. Members of the Diplomatic Corps and development partners will take their turn together. That will be immediately after this. Your Excellency. Please, photographers, we need to do this with some dispatch so we can go back to plenary and our technical sessions. Members of the diplomatic community and development partners, please, you're up next. Thank you, Honorable Ministers. The SGF and the Head of Civil Service will remain. Mr. Richard Montgomery. The ambassadors closest. All right, please, let's take our turn. Your Excellencies, members of the diplomatic community and our development partners. Please, let's get up close and personal. Let's get up close so that the pictures, oh yes, please, thank you. All right. Photographers, are you done? Thank you. Thank you very much, members of the diplomatic community. You may excuse us now as we allow the Head of Service to remain with the President's representative as we invite former Head of Civil Service of the Federation and the Permanent Secretaries to please come up and take their turn. Federal Permanent Secretaries and Heads of Services from the 36 states and FCT. We might have to break that in 2 batches as well. Heads of service of countries, not the state heads of services yet. Heads of service of countries and heads of services from the 36 states and the FCT. Heads of service from the various visiting countries, participating countries, and heads of services from the states will be next after the permanent secretaries. If the permanent secretaries are very many, we might break it down to a 2-second batch. Okay. Yes. Okay. Please, Your Excellency, we might have to break this. Can we break this into 2 batches, please? Because so many of you don't have a position right now. Can I do this? Do me a favor? Thank you. Those of you from here, just stand down. You can join. So you're tall enough, but from... Okay, please all of you join. We'll try. It's the beauty of staying together like that big broom that you all represent, the strength of a broom. That's how you can all join. You can do ovation stand, standing sideways. Stand sideways and then look at the cameras. Yes, ma'am. Stand sideways at that end. Hello, sir. Stand sideways and then you look at the cameras. And if you are exiting the stage, please use the other side of the stage, the other stairway. Thank you very much. The next batch, heads of service from the states. Heads of service from the states and from participating countries. Heads of civil service from the participating countries and the 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory. Heads of civil service from the visiting countries and 36 states of Nigeria and the FCT. Can we do this with some dispatch, please? Heads of service from the states and heads of service from the participating countries. Directors generals, executive secretaries, MDs and CEOs of government parastatals, please be on standby for the next batch of photograph. Thank you very much, heads of service. You can join. Thank you very much. Can we have the directors, generals, and executive secretaries and CEOs of government parastatals? CG Immigrations, CG Correctional Service, CG Civil Defense, and representative of the police can join. Executive secretaries and directors generals of parastatals, departments and agencies of government. Directors, generals, and executive secretaries, MDs, and CEOs of government agencies. Thank you very much. We mentioned heads of paramilitary organizations, Commandant General Civil Defense, Controller General of Nigerian Immigration Service, Kemi Nana Nanda, CG Customs if is here. Please, ma'am, CG Immigrations, ma'am, we're inviting you to join the head of service and the president for a photograph. Including the rep of NDLEA. Hold on, please, briefly for the CG Immigrations. Ma'am? And then if the head of civil service, as magnanimous as she is, would allow the two masters of ceremony, the three of us, including Stephanie, join you for a photograph. Thank you very much. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, heads of military and formations. Thank you so much. Stephanie. Stephanie? Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Oh, Stephanie is here at last. Representative of governors that are here, Benue State Governor and I think Anambra also. The two representatives, please, can we have you quickly? Thank you very much. Representative of the Governor of Benue State and I think was that an Anambra. Can we have you quickly? But if you're here alone, then you're just the luckiest, please. On this side of the SGF, so it will be balanced. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Your seat, let's clear the thoroughfare very quickly.
Hello. Good day, everyone. Sorry, just 1 minute of your time. So I can see some people with their food packs. So I don't know if it's convenient for you before the line, builds up, you can collect. And just 1 minute, please. Just let me finish the announcement. You can collect them. Please make sure you come back because we're having 2 more sessions, right? So I think it's fine that way. The presidential speech has been made. And as you can see from the screen, people are stepping out. So congratulations.
The anthem, okay, fine. So can we have the first stanza of the national anthem as against the pledge, just corrected? Not the pledge, the national anthem, first stanza. Do you have it? If not, we'll recite it with enthusiasm as we're all excited about this.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all and proud to serve our sovereign fatherland.
Thank you very much. We wish you a very pleasant day for those of you that are leaving, especially our president who was here represented by the Secretary to Government of the Federation. But for the rest of us, please, the technical sessions continues in the various stages. So you may wish to go to your stage as you go, and we wish you a very pleasant day ahead. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Thank you.
Okay. Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have a quick announcement on launch. The VVIP court is just right outside this hall. To my left-hand side for the heads of service, head of civil service of the Federation, ministers and diaspora delegates. We have a VIP court behind the presidential pavilion to accommodate permanent secretaries, DGs, heads of service of state, CEOs. To the right inside the pavilion, while directors will be attended to in the same pavilion to the left. For all other delegates, we have 10 food courts just around. Kindly locate food court 1 to 5. We have 2 caterers each there. They will attend to all delegates. For protocol officers, security, drivers, road safety officials, fire service, food courts 6 and 7. Please, we are to reconvene at 2:30, please, for the technical session. Thank you very much. Please, the VVIP is just to my left. For the head of the Civil Service of the Federation, ministers, and international delegates. Please. Thank you. Please, all international delegates are to use this exit to the VVIP food court. All international delegates. Please. Thank you.
remembered. Every word you say, little things you do in the quiet of the day. If the world goes dimmer and the sky turns gray, still my heart remembers. And they said your heart grew quiet, like it simply slipped away. But mine kept breaking loudly in a room that wouldn't stay. It's loving you.
Girl, why is your phone playing only heartbreak songs?
It's my moving on playlist too, created by me.
I beg, send me the link because it's like I need to move on too. Every move.
Still hoping for a holy sight. This quiet chapel feels alive, but I am struggling to survive. There's mercy I'm not ready for, but still it starts to burn. Can I feel you near when my thoughts begin to turn? Breathing, barely breathing in the grace you used to feel. If you know me like I know, cause this is the belly of a simple man with a love that's plain and true. Best it can, just for me and you. No.
Need are very different. We experience life differently. We experience services differently. When we're talking about the civil service, the way that a man would experience maybe the Ministry of Health in terms of doctors and hospitals is quite different from what a woman experiences. So first of all, gender equity simply means meeting women at their points of needs.
Like most people that I come across, and I see that the economic stress might push them into mental health. The first thing that I do with them is to counsel them that you don't need to allow economic or political or whatever issue that is affecting you to culminate in mental health issue. Because without mental health, there is no health. No matter how wealthy or how distressed you are, if you don't have your mental health, you are not in full control of your life. So the issue of gender is both male and female. It is vice versa. And what we are trying to bring to bear in the civil service is so that we can have this at 50-50. Everybody has equal opportunity to access of health, training, leadership, anything that has to do in the service, it should be 50-50. We shouldn't allow cultural impediment or socio-economic issue, political access to leadership, and this to now make the other person to be whether 40% and the other is 60%. So when we are talking about sustainable development, which is SDG 5, which the gender equality is for all of us to be at par. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think that you made such a great point talking about mental health and things like that, because one of the issues that women are facing these days is a very poor work-life balance. So, a lot of women, you're taking, women were the caregivers also of the home. So at this age, most people have their children to take care of, your parents that are aging, your husband's parents that are aging as well. So most of the time you're in the house and you're taking care of them, you're also expected to come to work and outperform. But obviously that's not so easy. So one of the things that the Inspire project that's going to be launched tomorrow by the head of service and I believe the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria is talking about this work-life balance, because it affects your mental health, and we need to also, I think, both the male and the female need to come to this understanding that maintaining the balance between your work life and your home life or your personal life is very, very difficult. And so, just like Madame said, this gives rise to so many mental health issues that we have to take care of. A country like Sweden, what they've been able to do over, some years is to come up with systems where they address the work-life balance. So they've come up with policies that make merging these two and working within that circle very easy. And so because of that, now, not only have they been able to have more women in decision-making rooms, but they've also been able to encourage them to do better in terms of output. Because at the end of the day, when you talk about the civil service, you're talking about service delivery to the citizenry who stand as your customers, right? So everything that you're doing should be geared towards satisfying your customers. And so when you have, that's why sometimes you have very frustrated people. You're trying to get a service from them and they're trying to frustrate you the more. So I think dealing with a lot of these issues is quite important. I don't know if this is one of our panelists that has arrived. That's fine. Oh, where it was. All right, welcome. So probably we're going to let you. Yes, no, we're just, we've actually gone back and forth talking about the topic, and then we're veering off into different ideas. So we're just talking about the mental health and the work-life balance, because these things are very important. If you are coming out of the house, your children are crying as you're leaving, you don't have adequate care for your kids, even with all the training, it will be very difficult for you to rise up in the ladder, because it matters what you go through in your personal life. You don't just switch it off. So it actually does matter. So we're talking about other countries that have been able to successfully create systems where their employees or civil servants have access to some kind of care, some kind of mental health help behind the scenes. And, talking about training, I don't know what you think, looking at the topic, how important is training when it comes to having women in these positions, especially with the gender equity, because it seems that you are training and creating opportunities for women where they would later be denied access. So you do the leadership training, you do this training, that training. By the end of the day, they'll be denied access into the rooms where actual decisions are being taken. I mean, what do you think about that?
Okay, thank you. Yes. Well, I have asthma voice. Yeah, good afternoon.
I think it should be working. Pull it. And definitely you will help us to also introduce yourself.
Hello. Okay. Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Ifoma Anabo, a retired federal permanent secretary.
Oh, wow.
A public health and gender specialist. And I apologize for coming late. It's not in my character.
Pull down the mic, ma'am.
Yeah.
They're not hearing you at all.
Okay.
Is it working?
Yes, it's working now. Yes. I apologize for coming late. Yes. If I may come in at this point, I'd like to state that from my own perspective, I will, let me say, in communication, there's something we call RIP. Repetitive, intense, and persistent communication and doing whatever you're doing. So if you continue all this having to treat people, somehow, I don't want to accept that anybody will treat me anyhow anyway, but treating the weaker people somehow will stop. Fortunately, people are getting more aware. So there's nothing wrong with continuous training, continuous empowerment, gender equity for sustainable development, because for sustainable development, gender equity is of paramount importance. Anyhow we like it, both for men and for women. Like for the CSW meeting this year, 2026, the theme was, it had to do with justice for women and children. And with that, it's aimed at focusing on women and children and girls especially, ensuring that they have equal justice, partake in everything, there's equity in everything that's happening around them, so that all those patriarchal ideas, all those old ideas will be eliminated. Because without women, it's going to be difficult to really entrench some of the policies, laws, and things that will drive us ahead. There's some countries like Rwanda. Rwanda, you have 60% or more of women in their parliament, and I'm sure it's still there. Yeah. There are also other countries in the Scandinavia that have virtually the same proportion, or even more. Yes. I know in Nigeria, it's like going downhill. Yes. But by God's grace and with continuous, let me say, I shouldn't say motivation, but information, and it's going to change because women now have a voice in Nigeria. We tell women that see and tell, know your rights. Nobody should force you to do anything. Also, the same thing with young girls. And that's where education comes in. That's where empowerment comes in. That's where self-reliance comes in, so that nobody boxes any woman or any girl into one corner. We tell the girls, you must go to school. Investing in a child, in a young girl especially, is like investing in tomorrow. So please, let's continue. We shouldn't give up in that aspect. Yes. Every less privileged. When I say less privileged now, is when I'm referring to people that don't really have a voice or never used to have voices in this country. They should continue to fight for their rights. I'm not saying they should be confrontational, but please know your rights. When you are aware of your rights, nobody will treat you anyhow, and nobody will sit on your head. Thank you. That's my belief.
Beautiful.
Yes. Thank you.
Soma, let's come back to you. I wanted to ask you, obviously you have moved through the civil service. For you to become a permanent secretary is not an easy feat. You must have moved across different departments, different agencies, growing up into this, this superwoman that we know today as the Shiro of the Ministry of Women Affairs. Mm-hmm. And I want to ask you, if you can share with us one piece of advice to the younger ones. Maybe you can, first of all, tell us what you have been through. Maybe one thing that you passed through, the worst thing, or let's say the thing that really held you back, and how did you overcome it?
Thank you so much. For both male and female, you have to have a dream. Your dream should be the basis. Like I always say, the late Dr. Obonayonu taught me in the university, and he used to tell us to aim high so that when we fall, we will find ourselves somewhere. If you don't have a dream in the morning, something that will activate you, inspire you, accelerate you to move out of your bed, to come and give your best, you will not make it, especially in the civil service, because there are so many rules and regulations. Earlier on, we were talking about empathy in the service. And I remember when I lost a friend, and I went to my director then to request for permission to attend her burial. Do you know that I was outrightly not given that permission? But you continue to walk wherever you find yourself. You try to give your best. That didn't make me to now say, okay, my boss didn't allow me to attend my friend's burial, so I will not deliver. Wherever you find yourself, both male and female officers in the service, give in your best. It's that best that will always identify you. Some of us don't have anybody to speak on our behalf. But what you have been able to do in the little corner that you have seen yourself in the service will always speak for you, and it will identify you. So continue to work hard. Hard work is the basis of everything. And then having faith, because these are values that will never erode away generation after generation. Honesty, integrity. Let your word be your person. When you say no, you try to stand by it, not playing double standard, ethnicity and what have you. You see that God will propel you. You have persons to speak on your behalf when you least expected. So continue to do your best wherever you find yourself, because that's the only thing that will always identify you and propel you on the ladder to fulfill your dreams, which God has given all of us potential to achieve them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So I hope that we'll take that idea from her. Someone great once said that if you're not dreaming in a way that you get scared, if your dreams don't scare you, that means you're not dreaming big enough. So I think that we should really imbibe that. So I'll just shift over to my beautiful auntie in purple hair, my favorite color, by the way. So there's this issue, and I know that women, I'm speaking your mind in asking this question. The men might not quite understand. You know, there's this problem with women supporting women. To some people, they say that it exists. Some people said there's nothing like women supporting women. They said women are against women. So I want to come to you and ask, this issue of women supporting women, is it not something calculated? Because the space for women, is it not very small? Have they not made the space so small that you really have to fight your fellow women to get there? Because it's just like this one chair, and they're telling all of us in this room that we can have a seat, but only one seat. And so it becomes very difficult in that case for this beautiful lady over here to say, no, Zainab, go and sit down. Because we're fighting for our lives. We all have families. We all have children. We're all trying to help ourselves. We're all trying to be successful. So these two women in front, now, if you're telling them that there's only one chair, why wouldn't they fight each other for that chair? So my question essentially is, when you're looking at gender equity as a means of ensuring sustainable development within the service, is this issue of creating a very small and narrow space for women an issue? So that even if you have a woman that a space that you want for just one woman, and she has been trained along with her cohorts, everybody knows what they're doing is based on merit. And when you fight, at the end of the day, when you get there, you see it's just one seat at the table. Doesn't that just force women to fight each other? Is there a way that this can be done in such a way that it's not pitting women against each other, and we don't have to keep talking about women supporting women all the time?
Okay, thank you. Thank you again, Madam, our former First Lady and dear Permanent Secretary. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to say that, the Permanent Secretary had said you should strive to do the best. Strive to be the best in anywhere you find yourself, in any field, anywhere, just about anywhere. Be the first. Be the best. So that there won't even be the issue of somebody having to pull you down. But I personally believe in addressing root causes of problems. The problem of women trying to pull, they call it pull down syndrome. Yes, women trying to pull their fellow women down is like, attacking it is like addressing the surface. We should ensure enough spaces.
Exactly.
Enough spaces provided for women. As of now, I'm not even sure that it's up to 5%, 10%. I mean, at the parliamentary level for women present there. And it's because we've kept quiet. Women should be able to speak. Women should be able to work towards ensuring that they are given more space at that level. In fact, at all levels of operation. Because it's as a result of patriarchal values, that women are put to the back, children are put to the back. When a woman is educated and knows her rights, that's why we insist on young girls, children, start very early. Even in primary school, let a girl know her rights. Yeah. All these ones at our home will say, this one is for girls, this one is for boys. No. There should be gender equity. What a girl can do, a boy should be able to do, and vice versa. Let them know their rights so that they'll be able to ensure they'll speak for themselves. They'll have a voice in policy making and decision making for the nation. I'm not saying inside their house or inside their rooms, even at their homes. A girl should be able to know that, yes, I'm not ready for marriage. I'm not ready to have the next child. I'm still nursing. I'm not ready to do this. Yes. The average man should be able to do that. And when that is done, I'll tell you, the men, they don't like trouble. I can assure you. They'll stand back and give women more space. And when it's a natural phenomenon that when the space is tight, there's survival of the fittest. It's not just for women.
Yeah.
It could be men. So when there's enough space, adequate space provided for both genders, then that will not arise. However, women should encourage women, because when women occupy such positions, we know we get the best. Yes, of everything. And check it out. Women, they'll put in their best, they are goal-oriented, they are more resilient, they're more, they understand it better because they've been through it. Having a child, rearing a child, bearing a child, if you go through that, whether biological or non-biological, then every other matter will be trivial. You won't be fighting little fights. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, please. Maybe you would like to say one or two words also.
Thank you so much. For me, I think stating that women fight women is just a kind of narrative that has come to be held as a norm or acceptable. I don't see women fighting women. If we are looking for who can mobilize who, it's the women. Go to the faith base. Go to the academia. Come to the public service. A woman will always be there to support a woman, to put her shoulder for another woman to climb. So I don't see woman fighting a woman, and that is what my principal, the Honorable Minister of Federal Ministry of Women Affairs and Social Development, keeps to talk about, that people counsel, advise her to pick a male permanent secretary, but she said she will work with a female permanent secretary.
Yes.
And we have been trying to the best of our ability to make sure that we carry everyone along. Because when a woman is in leadership, you are sure of everything falling in place. No side, is it chick that we call for men? So no side kitten for a woman. You know what you are there for. It is to move the society, to develop the system. So women don't pull women down. It's just a stereotype, a rhetoric that we have taken all along and not really sitting down to look at it and say, is this actually true? It is not always true, because the best mobilizers are women.
Absolutely.
The power of 10 million that took place on 5th of May this year, Tuesday, as I mentioned it to my senior colleagues, like Madam who is here, all of them were there. They didn't say it's a female permanent secretary that is inviting me, but all of them turned around. How many men will invite their colleagues where there is no money to share and they will find themselves there? So women don't pull women down. This I have known from working in the church as a child until reaching this level in life. Women don't pull women down. It's just a narrative in the social, cultural mentality. We don't pull ourselves down. Thank you.
Fantastic. So from this side, we're saying we don't pull ourselves down. And from this side, we're saying we shouldn't pull ourselves down. So I believe that we need to always step out of our imagination and ground ourselves in reality.
Yes.
So I leave that to you to choose which one you're going to decide to do. Let me give you a little story. I have an auntie. Her name is Auntie Jane. Are you with me? Can I tell you a story? Can we communicate a bit? So I have an auntie. Her name is Auntie Jane. Auntie Jane, had a very smooth face, and my face was rough. And one day I asked Auntie Jane, Auntie Jane, your skin is really nice. How did you get it so nice? Because I know that before your face wasn't this smooth. You know what Auntie Jane told me? That every night before she goes to bed, she gets cotton wool. You know, that cotton wool that used to be very soft. Not the strong one. When I get it, I go to the sink, I fetch some water, and I dip the cotton wool into the water, and I just use it and clean my face. And when I clean my face, I go to bed. I said, so essentially you're telling me you put water on your face and go to bed. You don't want to tell me that. I said, no problem. Auntie Jane so enraged me that I went on a fact-finding mission for smooth skin. And I found what I was looking for. And when I made my skin smooth, by that time, God has punished her with a rough skin. So she came back to the same me. And then I dab it on my face. And then I say my prayers and I go to bed and I wake up looking like this. She couldn't say it's impossible because she has already told me that that's what she does. So you see, sometimes when we talk about women supporting women, even the simple cream that you're using, you don't want to tell somebody for fear that they will outshine you. So it's important that we should feel good enough about ourselves to raise women up. Not only do we have to open the door for other women, but we have to take our hand like this and pull them in. when I was doing some research, I found out that we usually talk about mentorship, right? Mentorship. And this is for men as well. Because even men, you need mentors and you need to mentor the coming generation. So we talk about mentorship. We also talk about networking. So that's like creating avenues through which people can communicate and be together, right? But there's something that I learned about, and that's called sponsorship. I never heard of it before then. So sponsorship is hold your sister's hand, take her to that place that she needs to be, and get it for her. Ensure that she's promoted, ensure that she's connected, ensure that if it's money she needs, she gets it. You know, and like I say, this works for men as well, because hardly, no man is an island. Hardly can you make it alone. So when you're still waiting for God to answer your prayers, you are the walking answered prayer of some people. I hope you are aware. Even on your worst days, there are some people that your life, the way you see yourself, you are their answered prayer. You are what they are praying for God to give them, right? So with that in mind, always try to lift others up, you know? Do we have a timekeeper? Ladies and gentlemen, look at that handsome boy. That's my son. Look at him right there. Stand up. Let them see what this stomach can create. Stand up. Let them marvel at the miracle of Almighty God. This is my firstborn. Yes. Yes. We look like age mates, right? You know how I got this young? Water and cotton wool. Only. That's the full secret. So who can keep time for me? What time is it? 3 what? Okay, 3:18. Okay, because we're supposed to do question and answers. I know that it says that we're supposed to start that a little bit later, but I feel like we're already interacting, and I think maybe there might be some questions or there might be some things. I can see my very good friend and colleague here. Look at him looking behind. He's looking everywhere because he has never seen me in his life. So he's wondering, say, this mad woman, she's looking at me and pointing at me. How manage? Yes, it's you. My mind tells me that you have something to say. Please, clap for him. He's going to ask a question or he's going to make a comment. You can be on your feet so that we can admire you. No, it's him. You know that it's you. Yes, it's you. Yes, you. You that is doing like this. It's you. What's the disbelief? You can stand up and give us and talk to us a bit. That's how it'll be. You know, in school, when they want to call you for a question, you look somewhere so that they won't call you. That's how he was looking. He was looking. It's you. It's you right there. You. Yes. Yes, thank you. Round of applause for his courage.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Afternoon, sir.
Yes, my question is not a question anyway, it's like a contribution.
Okay.
Like what I just want to say is that the two that our PS here, what she said is true, and what our retired PS also said is also true.
Sure.
There are some women that lifts others up, while there are some that don't want to work with women.
Yeah.
It is very, very true.
It's true.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Round of applause for him.
Yes, I was going to respond.
Okay, to him, to his comment. Yes. Please go ahead. Yes.
Okay, because sorry. You know, it's like I keep saying, people should strive to be the best where they are.
Yeah.
You see, when a woman says she does not want to work with a particular woman, don't look at it as if she does not want to work with women generally. There are some women you'll work with, you'll have 8 o'clock meeting, she's coming to work at 9. When she comes, she'll start crying or she'll tell you that, madam, please, she had to drop children at school, she had to do this, she had to do that. It's only in Nigeria people handle pregnancy like illness. Pregnancy is no illness. If you're pregnant, you can walk up to the last day before you put to bed. You know, she'll tell you, oh, I'm newly pregnant, so that's why I came late. Oh, I had to drop off children. Then by 12, she'll tell, no, when she comes, so she'll go for morning prayers. Then she comes back at 12, she has to go and pick the children. Then she has to give them lunch. and then she has to do other things. By the time you know what's happening, you don't have anything delivered. So that's why, if you're in the civil service, I want to have a meaningful career in civil service. Please make alternative arrangements for all those things. Our mothers had 6, 7, 8, 9, yet they still met all their obligations without complaints. So if you see a woman say, no, I don't want to work with this man, know that she's had that kind of experience, or she has seen her bulging ahead, that kind. And really, regardless of the person's status, you should do your work. If the person is expecting, don't do strenuous things, but please don't use it as an excuse. I'm not feeling well, you are well. It's all in the mind. That's all I have to say. And that's what I want to tell you. Because some men you work with, you beg God to please remove this man. It's true. Because he's there working with you, but his mind and his actions are elsewhere. You know? All you'll be seeing people trooping in and trooping out, phone calls, all that, you won't concentrate. So it's the same thing. Likewise, a woman can say, no, I don't want to work with this particular woman. So don't look at it like as if, oh, no, it's because women don't want to work with fellow women. No. There are peculiar reasons for those. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. I think I tend to agree with you. And I'm sure we've all had the experience, not just with women or with men, with either of them, where you work with a person and it becomes very difficult. So like what Madam was talking about when it comes to, it's just what we're saying. Remember, we talked about the work-life balance. And unfortunately, there's nobody for you to leave your kids with. Unfortunately, at times, there's nobody for you to call to help you pick your kids up. You know, my mom passed away 2022. I ran for House of Reps in 2018. This is my first. I have 5 kids. At the time of my running, I was pregnant. And I carried that pregnancy and I ran the election. And that was my luck. God gave me that grace. But I know some of my friends that they can't even stand up from bed during pregnancy. So I do understand that it depends on you. Sometimes it is like a sickness. I have a friend, if she moves, she throws up. So, in fact, they had to sedate her from the beginning of her pregnancy to the end. So, it depends.
It's a small fraction.
It's a small fraction, but then it's some people's lived experience is their reality. So, I think essentially what Madam is saying is that, you know, it's not every day that it happens, but most of the time we shouldn't make everyday life look like handicaps and reasons for not being able to do things. Because I can remember when I was running, there was a committee. Are you with me? And we're supposed to be 9, right? That's 3 by 3. That's 9, right? Me and my big mouth. They put only one woman. That was me. I carried my big mouth. No. Women must be seen. We must be 1/3. If you are 9, let it be 6 men. 3 women, my big mouth. I talk to. They said, okay. Do you know these women disgraced me? On the day of the meeting, they didn't show up. They did not show up. Not that they came late. I said they didn't show up. They're empowered, man. They're empowered to show up. They're big women. They could have done it because, you know, it's the political circle. So these are women that are also running. Do you know what they told me their reason why they didn't show up? And after all, they're not going to take any meaningful decision. After all, they're not going to give them any kind of money. No, I don't agree with you. And I like this. I like the fact that we're disagreeing on something. She was saying that, did we empower them? Who empowered me to come now? Well, we all, and they're older than me, they're bigger than me. So who empowered me to come? It's just that whole, they have told you who you are. My inspiration has inspired me.
Yes.
They're contesting too now. We're all contesting. Now, well, I believe that there, even one of them, I think, is a minister today. So I don't know. One of them is very big. So the thing, but I think, yes, my inspiration inspired me. I can understand that. But I think unless and until we also step up to the plate as women and accept that things are not going to be handed to us freely and easily, even if you're coming to some of these spaces where you believe that you're a waste in terms of nobody's asking you a question, Nobody is going to give you money. You know, maybe you feel it's not for your own benefit. I think that you should still show up, you know, which is what I think Madam is also talking about. I think that we should still show up. So, you know, even with your daughters, when you're raising them, because education is key, you have to do that. You have to put that in them. Like I tell my daughter, because you know, girls are always feeling you're not fine enough, you don't look good enough, this person has this and that. So from a little girl, you know, I have 2 daughters, I tell them that anything you want to do, you're able to do it. But you have to try. And when you come to me making excuses, I lose interest. If you're always making excuses, I can't do this because of this, I didn't have this, I don't have this, I will lose interest. You know that people are dying on this matter. Women have died on the mantle of creating gender equity, creating opportunities. People like Gambo Sawaba that were punished, raped, jailed. What did they suffer for? They suffered so that women can actually step up to the plate. So I think the crown has been bought and paid for, and all we have to do at this point, I think, is wear that crown. So my Hajia, I know you had something to say. Please stand up and regale us with your beautiful voice. Is it a question or a comment?
Good afternoon, everyone.
Afternoon.
I'm by name Ramatu Ismail from Federal Ministry of Women Affairs. What I'm advising all of us is we have to support ourselves. When we support ourselves, the sky is our limit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So let me come to you as the Permanent Secretary of Ministry of Women Affairs. Thank you so much. Can you clap for her? Because she didn't tell me she wants to talk. I just picked her randomly. The way I'm picking you randomly next. So begin to think about what you are going to say. Because if I leave you people, you have, and after you is you. You have just been smiling. Ma, I want to ask you a question, and I want you to advise us. You know, sometimes when you talk about this gender equity, equality, and the rest, the men, they get very scared. They'll be shaking. Because they think that we're coming to take from them. They think that we're coming, we want to be better than them, we want to climb their head and turn them into our slaves and suffer them and beat them up on top. Ma, I want to ask you, as the perm sec of the ministry that is even talking about women, do we actually want to come and beat these men up? Do we want to drink their milk? Do we want to punish them? Do we want to make them as slaves? Are we trying to be better than them? Because some people say what a man can do, a woman can do better. Is that what, are we trying to tell them that what they can do, we can do better? Are we coming to emasculate them and be wicked to them? Is that really what gender equality, gender equity is all about?
No, ma.
Say it again, please, so that that man at the back, see him there, he's wearing glasses. He didn't hear you. Please say it again.
No, ma. Gender equality is for us to support each other. In every home where there is parity, you always see that they succeed in the community that they are. They thrive. You send your daughters to school, you send your sons to school, they do well. In families that have just female children and they are sent to school, they do well. Let us take, for instance, our big sister, Dr. Okonjo Iweala. If you are not a man that has gone to school to that level, can you carry your father's name to that level to be the DG of World Trade Organization?
Wow.
So we are not to pull anybody down or to destroy the other gender. All we are asking for is that we should work equitably so that Nigeria can meet its sustainable development goals, which is less than 4 years to go. And as we were talking earlier in the day, in the next 10 to 20 years, we can also be where countries like Finland, are today. Because if we don't allow our mind, which is our greatest enemy, that will be telling us, this person doesn't like me, this woman does not like me, this man does not like me. Meanwhile, you are not in the mind of the person to know whether he or she loves or dislikes you. But you work hard and try to make the best of any situation that you see yourself. You see that we too will be able to attain that level. So nobody is coming to pull the other gender down. We are all working together to make sure that Nigeria is a great nation that God had created it to be. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think there's always that misunderstanding when it comes to defining gender equality. So gender equality, let me tell you now. When they're talking about equality, they're not talking about that what you can do, I can do. Because even this, my small boy here, the weight he can carry, me, I cannot carry it. That's the reality. We used to wrestle, and he beats me each time. We wrestle. I will throw him back. This boy carried me up. You see how big I am? He carried me up. My leg was dangling like this. And so you always give men their respect. God has created them superior in certain areas, especially things like strength. God has created women very superior in things like coordination. We all have our strengths, right? And our weaknesses. So when you're talking about equality, it's not about that. Equality is talking about equal access to and control of resources. Equal access to opportunities. Equal access to empowerment. Why? Because if you go to my village, for example, there's a side of my village where they don't believe in girl-child education. So when you talk about equality, it's saying that if a boy is allowed to go to school, then a girl should be allowed to go to school. Am I making sense? So it's about access. If this beautiful woman here has a right to be if my Alhaji here has, are you an Alhaji? Before I miss. Because I know some Christians now, they are keeping beard. So that I will not call you Alhaji. But you're Alhaji, go. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you. So, if my Alhaji here has access to promotion, she should also have access to promotion. Does that make sense? So people get it wrong. And I think it's very important that you explain. Because somebody told me, I'm no longer a feminist. I said, what is a feminist? You're no longer a feminist. You can't be following trends on TikTok and Instagram. People don't know what they're talking about. Most people don't understand. Even the women that come out and say they don't know what they're talking about. Once upon a time, women were property. And what the law said is that you can hit a woman, but don't hit her with a heavy object to the point that she will collapse and die. But you can flog her with anything. And I'm talking about Western society, not any other society. It's allowed legally those days. A woman is your property. In our custom, in Igbo land, at a point, if a woman's husband dies, she can go ahead and marry the brother. There's still, I think within Igbo culture too, terrible practice of if they believe that you killed your husband, they will wash the corpse and give you to drink. Meanwhile, they can see a man strangling his wife to death. They're sure that he killed her. They won't do that to him. You know, so there's so many issues around women as vulnerable members of the society and how they should be protected and how they should be granted equality, meaning access to and control of resources, opportunities, and stuff. Same as the man, if he can be promoted, you should be able to be promoted. He shouldn't be, see, he's running away because he doesn't want him to call him. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. You are not answering anything. Give us your comments. Yes, you. Give us your comment before you go. Tell them that they should hold on. Tell them that you will call them back. He's going to give us the last comment. See, he's running. He's still moving. He has moved. Bye-bye, sir. Clap for him, he has gone. to answer his phone call. Clap for him, really. So I wanted him to be the last, but is there anybody else that wants to make a comment? Oh, okay, so we'll do you, and then we'll come to you. Is that okay? 1, 2, 3. Is that, you say I'm being, wow, okay. So we'll do him. Let's start, Ma. Let's start with him. He's standing. And then we'll come to him here, and then to her, and then to him. That's gender parity.
Afternoon, everybody.
Afternoon.
And the people under the...
We can't hear you.
Afternoon. To me, the gender equality is supposed to cut across either male or female.
Yes.
But in my own perception, I respected the female figure so much. When I see them, I know that they have some values. So the way I treat my wife, I treated her anytime she need advice on a particular subject matter, I will give her go ahead. There was a time I will ask her, which business do you want to? She's a graduate, but I am in the working class, so she's not working. She handled the children, and also she's a teacher anyway, but at some point in time, she left teaching and ventured into business. But I will always tell her which aspect do you want, which do you want the empowerment, you just give me this money. But I discovered that any money I give her, she multiplies it.
Clap, because that's what we are, multipliers.
Yes, she multiplies it, she ventures it. I always tell her, please, don't eat your capital. If you have profit on your business, don't eat all the profit. Keep some part. You can spend part of your profit. And if you want to go back to buy more goods, then I can add to what you have. So they have the mentality of multiplying things. They just need our support. But in terms of equality that you have said, in terms of politics, in terms of being promoted, government should do, because I know that people will be saying maybe women are weaker vessels. To me, they are not weaker vessels. So it depends on how. In fact, some of them are stronger than men. That is it. Over the time, I've watched them, how they do things. So they just need our support, that is to move them forward. They can do better things, I know. But they just need our support. They should not be relegated in the society. They should encourage them, and they will have best to deliver.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Please clap for him. I love that. So basically, it's telling us that, my auntie here, and I said, women are strong. Naturally, we can multitask. We can do it all. And when I say we can do it all, I mean we can do. There's nothing I can't do. Me too. You too, ba? Even all of you, ba? Yes. I can't imagine what you bring that I'll say I can't do it. Me, I can't imagine. So we can do everything. But guess what? I don't want to do everything. I want to be weak. That kind of weak. We had one Cameroon woman that was our neighbor. She said that her husband, when her husband comes, this remote control for the TV, she will pretend that she doesn't know how to use it. She will pretend the husband doesn't know what she can do, so he doesn't give her wahala. When you show as a woman that you are very strong, powerful, they will tell you, do people know who Thanos is? They will tell you that you are Hulk Hogan. They will mount things on your head. Struggle is not anything to be proud of in this life. So I think that we should be, like what she was trying to say, we should do so that we can live the soft life. You don't have to be too strong all the time. But yes, we can do everything that we want to do. So beautiful woman, please stand up and give us your short comments.
Okay, so thank you. Just like 1 second, please. The permanent secretaries need to come to the podium.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ozioma from Environment. I want to first of all appreciate you for the fact that you made it clear what is gender equality. Because our girls, our ladies, our women are getting it wrong and they are educating our young girls wrongly. Because you find out that a young girl will tell her elder brother that me and you, we are equal. Because she feels that in everything they are doing, they are equal. So I want to really appreciate you, Dr. Zainab, for making it clear that I can be a woman. I went to school. I know how to do everything, but still, it's not everything that a man can do that I can do. So I want to appreciate you for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so thank you. So, Ma, I don't know if the permanent secretary would like to talk to. Yes, please, because of time, so that we rest. Okay, please, just very brief, and you'll be the last person, please.
No, it was him. It was the man in blue that was asking to speak here.
All right, so my name is Dr. Iko David. I work with Federal Ministry of Labor and Employment. So mine is also to thank the moderator and the speakers for job well done. The discussion was a little skewed initially, but I was happy when the men were also brought in at some point. So mine is men supporting men, because men are going through a lot
I agree.
these days.
I agree.
So I'm happy, and I also would wish that we also have a Ministry of Men Affairs, just as we had Ministry of Women Affairs.
Every ministry is Ministry of Men Affairs, Oga.
Okay, absolutely. And
every ministry.
And I also would want to
Men
advocate
around the world still.
to both government and also individual to see how we can ensure that the 30% affirmative that is global standard.
Yeah,
Nigeria even had to start set that at 35%. But I'm not sure that is happening. But how can we achieve that to increase the opportunity space for women so that they no longer compete too much with each other? Thank you very much, and I'm over.
Thank you so much for your contribution. So, okay.
Does he want to speak?
Okay, we're supposed to end for 3:40.
Does he want to? No, if he does, I mean,
okay,
we're all here. Can he speak? Okay, so do you want to speak?
Who is the person?
Do you want to speak?
Okay.
Okay. Even this gentleman wants to speak, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, resource people. Mine is also a question, knowing the fact that from a definition about women equity, meeting whereby women are being met, their needs are being met in a point of need, in their time of need, at a particular time.
No. At their point of need. Yes, meaning that equity simply means, equality means they will give you a box and they will give me a box to step on it. Yeah. So we're both taller.
The equity aspect.
So I'm coming there. So equality, me and you were not the same height. Without my shoes, I know you must be taller than me. So, but if they're going to do equality, they will give you a crate to match and they will give me a crate to match. Equity is where they will give me enough crates to reach you. Are you getting it?
Yes.
Does that make sense? I'm trying to paint a picture. So they will give me enough crates to stand to reach you where you are. Let's all be on the same level. You know that to get two people to be on the same level is not the same thing that you will do. All of us need different things. If it's a blind person, what they need is different. In order for them to read, they need a braille, Me, what I need is a book. Somebody else needs something else. Do you understand? So equity is meeting women where they need that push in order for us all to have the same starting point. Does that make sense?
Now, in a society whereby for this to happen, it's either they discriminate them or they harass them. So what do you think would be women's motive or move towards it to counter it? Thank you.
All right.
So sorry, ma. So you're asking that there's discrimination and harassment, and so what for them to in the means of them trying to raise them up, there's discrimination and harassment. I think I get what you're saying. So I think he's saying about how sometimes for you to even reach somewhere, they will first of all invite you to the hotel, or they will discriminate against some of you, different things. So he's asking how can you respond to that. So please, can you
Okay,
take that question?
That's where equity comes in. We've talked about equality, having equal rights, more or less. But equity is the elimination. It's basically justice and fairness. Like when I started, I talked about the theme for the CSW 2026, equity and justice for women and young girls. So with gender equity, it aims at eliminating that discrimination and giving equal opportunities to everybody, especially the weak, of course, women and young girls. And that is why every girl, every woman should, or the person that does not get to that height, should know his or her rights. If you know your rights and somebody is discriminating against you, you should speak out. You should speak out. Don't be afraid. And that's where Nigeria is today and is even going beyond here. Because gender equity aims at eliminating discrimination and all such harassment. I think for including abuse, which is part of the I think it's 14 years imprisonment. Yes, for the younger age group. And then it goes more than that. There are so many acts, that are law today that people can go to jail because of that. Even if it is your superior at work. Yes.
You can complain.
Oh, yes, complain. Don't be afraid. Just complain. And yes. There's the act prohibiting such things.
Violence against women.
Yes,
VOW.
Yes. The acts against doing such things to women and children. Once, you don't even need to quote them. Every lawyer knows that. And we have a lot of family courts now, almost in every state. So there's no problem. And this applies to both women and men. It's not only the women that are abused, though.
Yeah.
Women abuse men.
Things
I've
have
seen where it
changed.
happens. Yes.
The
Don't get
women.
silence.
They silence the women.
No.
It's to change the culture of the place now.
Let your voice be heard where you are. Don't chicken out. Especially
The thing, I can understand what he's saying because realistically, it's okay, it's all good and fine to say, but I know somebody that worked in INEC and a man came, he was chasing her, she didn't agree for him. Till today, that girl has not left that spot. And this is like 20 years or something. She has not left that spot. She can't complain, she can't do anything because it's her oga. He will mess her up worse.
No.
Because she tried that. So it's really dicey. I think we need to create means for complaints that maybe you will be anonymous to some certain extent, and then an investigation can be carried out.
Women Affairs is driving that. Ministry of Justice is driving that. Yes. And if that person says she cannot report because it's Oga, please find out if he or she has compromised in any way. If it's happened since and you are still there. No. Not in this day and age.
Well, thank you so much. Sorry, I need to just say one or two. Please, ma, oblige me. My former permanent secretary, my present permanent secretary, and Dr. Zainab. Please, I was instructed seriously not to exceed time, but it's already 10 minutes past. Our other presenters are here. So please.
Oh, is there another?
Yes, ma.
Oh,
so
no,
you can
we
just
didn't
take
know.
your time, wrap up, and that'll be it. We'll take a group picture and they move to the panel. Yes.
All right.
So you can just give a concluding remark. That's all.
Can I wrap it up?
Thank you.
Can I wrap it up?
Yes.
Do I have your permission to wrap it up?
Yes.
I'm so sorry to the people that are
fine.
coming
It's
in.
fine.
We had no idea that
It's fine.
there
It's
was.
fine.
I actually thought it was the last of the day.
All right.
And I'll come and then we'll have a chat and then hear what you have to
It's
say.
all right.
So I just want to take this opportunity to thank all of you for listening and for making this such an interactive session and for really pouring out your hearts and asking comments, asking questions and making comments as well. I think this has been a very enjoyable session, and I've made in fact, I'm going to try and book you for my next conference that I do with my women. Yes, absolutely. So this has been very lovely. Thank you all so much for your time.
Let's give them a beautiful round of applause.
Let's
to the
have
three Amazons.
some
Yes.
pictures.
All
Thank
right.
you so much.
Thank you. All right. Just stay there. Yes. Please, let's quickly shuffle in. Let's make it very snappy, please. Thank you. Thank you. Please, you can make your way to the panel. The Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Labor. Please don't be offended. I tried so much as possible to bring you quickly to the panel, but I believe the women had their way. So the other presenters, or rather panelists, can you please make your way to the high table? We are expecting Dr. Camille Ayinde Shoretire, who is here live and direct, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Labor and Employment. Let's give him a round of applause. He's been here. He keeps to time. He's been here almost 1 hour. Yes. And then we are expecting Omalala Olowo Ranran. Are you here? All right. Sorry. Abubakar Musa Mai Jama. Is he here? Jama? Not at all. Okay. Dr. Abdul Garba. Oh, wonderful. Let's give him a round of applause, please. He's going to be our moderator. And from the look of things, we'll have only 2 people, or rather 2. Sir? I am not, sir. You are the moderator. Okay, maybe I'm mixing it up, but okay. So they'll be going up to the panel now. Let's grab our jotters, our biros. You're here, nominated to cascade whatever it is that you'll be hearing and listening to. Thank you. Please, you can make your way to the panel. God bless you. Thank you. Let's give them a round of applause. They had to cancel a lot of things to be here. A lot of things. You know how it is. When you're up there, you have a lot of duties and you have to smuggle out time when you see that it's important to be somewhere. So, Dr. Abdul Sule Usman Garba, you may please proceed as the main speaker stroke lead panelist. So you were right. Let's give him a round of applause again. Thank you. Let's move. Let's cover the spaces, please, so that we'll have a good picture quality. Thank you. Please, let's move. Let's try to cooperate. Please. Thank you.
Yes.
You can proceed, sir.
So how will I double up? For God's sake. Sorry, come and work on this. Is this one working? So where will I press? Okay, it's working already. Come on. While I do. Eh? There's only 2 of us. There's only 2 of us.
Okay, I'll make the announcement again. Like I said earlier, all protocols duly observed. We are expecting on the panel. Let me take it back. We are expecting on the panel Dr. Camille Ayinde Shoretire, who is already on the panel, who is presently the Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Labor and Employment. We are now expecting Omolola Oloworanran. Where is he, please? He's not here. Again, Maimuna Abdullahi, not here too. Abubakar Musa Mai Jama, not here. So we have only the Permanent Secretary Labor and also Dr. Abdul Sule Usman Garba, who is a lead panelist. I think we have what it takes to cover this event successfully. Thank you. God bless you. Continue, sir.
Come. Okay, let me use the speaker.
Okay.
My fellow colleague, the Transformative Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Labor and Employment, Dr. Kamal Shoritere. I am Dr. Abdul Sule Usman Garba, the Permanent Secretary, Service Welfare Office, Office of the Head of Civil Service of the Federation. Fellow participants, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. The topic for discussion this afternoon is we are going to focus on social contracts aligning with the workforce well-being in terms of service delivery. The essence of the topic for today, by way of just brief introduction, is to strengthen the relationship between the workforce and also the citizen. When I say the citizen, the public servant and the civil servant. There is a great word of a great philosopher by name Mr. John Locke of 18th century, who mentioned that government does not exist if there is no consent of the people. So it's like a double-barrel thing. If for government to exist, the citizen must be there for the government to exist. So for the welfare to be taking care of all the social contract in between the government and the citizen, there has to be a mutual understanding between both sides. So the discussion is going to focus and highlight on the social contract between the civil servant, the public servant, and the citizen and the government. Because this cohabitation is necessary in order to avert industrial disharmony, repeated incidences of disputes, and also to enhance or strengthen what you call the citizen participation. I don't want to bore you so much with discussion, but it's unfortunate that we don't have a moderator, and I'm the lead panelist and I'm going to moderate. So, and it's only one of the panelists that is available. The other two, for no reason that is not known to any of us, they are not here. So I'll throw the question not only to my panelists, but also to the floor, so that once you have contribution to make or question to ask, you can ask now. So if anybody has any response regarding to that, but let me start with my panelists. Let him throw more light on it. Then I can yield it to the floor. If any member of the participants in this hall have any contribution to make, they can also make. Dr. Kamal,
Thank you very much, Dr. Garba, lead panelist, and I join in welcoming everybody to this session. Social contract between the citizen and government is what we know that binds the two together. Government exists because of the citizen, and the government is expected to serve the citizen. And this relationship is often what we refer to as the social contract. And the civil service serves as a form of operating system through which government delivers its promise in this contract, through which service delivery to the citizens. Like we had earlier today during the keynote address by our special guest, that what the average citizen of the country see from government is what government is able to deliver. And these are often in concrete terms. So for the engine room that is delivering this service to continually provide efficient, accessible, and responsive service delivery to the citizen, these operating systems need to be well maintained. And that comes in form of workforce welfare. Government can do this by repositioning the service delivery unit, which is the civil service, to ensure that they are accountable, well motivated, they are highly professionalized or well trained and retrained, and the work environment is conducive for this service delivery unit to be able to deliver to what the citizens' expectation. And this is what we need to do to strengthen social contract. People expect more, the ordinary citizens expect more, and those that are representing government or the instrument through which the government delivers this is the workforce. The workforce is facing numerous challenges at this time, and one of them is the dwindling financial resources to be able to implement several programs as promised by the government. But even with that, there are other things that we can, ensuring that the civil servants have the work tools to work. Some social amenities can be made available, efficient and cheaper transport facilities. For many civil servants today, face the uphill task of coming from far places to their place of work, and some of them that close late, we have to struggle to get back. And with the global economy and all the crises around, these are some of the things that government needs to address. And as we address them, the service delivery that is expected to be offered to the citizens will remain optimal and will not be weakened. Because when the engine room is weakened, then the output is likely to be reduced. And this will not meet the expectation of the citizenry. So for what you just asked, it is to make sure that the engine room or the instrument through which government delivers its promises in this social contract is well motivated, well positioned, well trained to be able to deliver these services to the people. I'd like to pause at that point. Maybe we'll take more. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kamal, for that insightful remark and contribution regarding the social contract. In addition to that, I think the government has placed so much emphasis in there's what you call public trust. And that public trust beholds on the ethical leadership of government, because in as much as possible, of course, the citizen has given their rights and freedom to the leadership. The leadership in complementary aspect, they have to also eschew the style of ethical leadership. And this can be done. One of the instruments of doing that is to make sure that that public trust has to be entrenched in the leadership style of the government. And government has tried as much as possible to make sure everything is done in a transparent manner, and also engage in citizenship via various avenues and instruments. There is also one thing that is commonly invoked in the service now, the citizen engagement. that gives the opportunity, not even for civil servant, but also public servant, to interact with the leadership at the top and to ask questions and to make need, if there is any clarification for the government to make regarding any policies and program. So in addition to what he has said, I think this aspect of this thing has to be clearly said. Well, anybody in the floor that has anything to make, has contribution or question?
Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Good afternoon, sirs. Thank you, sir, for your topic that you've started. I'm Mrs. Azoro, Director from the Ministry of Interior. Citizens engagement, as you said, sir, we've done a lot in my office. It's interacting with the citizens, not actually the civil servants. We go to where we can see the citizens because they are the ones that we are serving. And this government is centered on citizens engagement. So when we look at all our KPIs, all the departments in the ministry have citizens engagement as one of their KPIs. And we go to them, find out the problems, the challenges, whether they know what we are doing. For instance, in the Ministry of Interior, with the parastatals, what we are doing, we explain things to them. They now tell us what they have gone through, maybe in getting their visas, their passports, and a lot of services that we render: fire service, civil defense, NIMSI, and all that. So we engage with the people that are receiving the services. That is citizens engagement. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your contribution too. Yeah.
Good afternoon, sirs. Good afternoon, all, once again. I've been able to, Ibrahim Makama is my name, the legal advisor, Federal Ministry of Labor and Employment. Yes, sir. I've been able to scribble 3 words here as regards government social contract. I said 1, government has to be open in all our transactions. If government is open, the citizens will know that, yes, this is the position. But if government is not open, sir, there will be some question mark. I equally said government should be transparent. The permanent secretary even mentioned that issue of transparency and sensitive in her dealings. Because you will see where government is saying, we have challenges here, we have challenges here, lack of money, but you see it will be another so a project may come up that is not one that is so sensitive to the civil servants or to the general public. Government will be spending that way. So when these 3 issues I've mentioned, if government takes measures on that, I think it will be a way forward for the government. Thank you, sir.
Okay, I'm Mr. Joseph Akpan from Federal Ministry of Labor and Employment. He has already mentioned most of the points I wanted to see. The problem here in social contract is trust deficit. Is trust deficit, and government must do something to address that challenge. When government feed the populace with truth, half truth, and denial, things happen that there are pictures, there are videos, it is very apparent, it is recorded, And when government officials come to deny, especially security agencies, that things like that didn't happen, then there is problem here and the populace cannot trust the government. Again, when government asks the citizens to tighten their belts, to make sacrifices, and those in authority are being seen living very lavish lifestyle, then the people will not trust the government. So government really needs to do something in this area. We are complaining about dwindling revenue. Yes, we can explain this to the populace, but we must ensure that we prioritize projects and programs that touches the populace. So that when we explain to them that we cannot do ABC, but we are doing this one, for instance, road, hospitals, and schools, people will now come to see that even in the midst of dwindling revenue, government is also prioritizing their welfare by providing for those services. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me make a few comments on that. Currently, in line with the comments we've had from you, the civil service, under the leadership of the head of the civil service of the Federation, is implementing some reforms. The FC, Federal Civil Service Strategic Implementation Plan 2020, and now 2025, and a successor plan being prepared now. And the EPIC culture, efficiency, productivity, incorruptible, and the C, citizen-centered. So on the part of the civil service, which is the engine room of implementation of government policy, these reforms are going on. And like we've heard from Director from Interior, now many ministries, parastatals, and agencies go to the field to receive feedback from the people. And this social contract is two-way. Government responsibility to the citizens, and citizens' responsibility to the state. So we need, as much as we get information that we doubt or we are not sure of, we need people to speak up and ask the relevant agencies or concerned ministries or parastatals to respond to it. You know, we also are battling with the fake news of the social media, which is a collective responsibility to be able to resolve this. Some people will post whatever they like on the video, whether it's an old video, and label it as a current video. It's something we need to protect ourselves against. It's not just government. We as citizens, these are some of the things that fuel misinformation. And then the Freedom of Information Bill Act has empowered the citizens to demand explanation on things that are not too clear or they have not gotten the right information. And they seek authentic information from the relevant authority. This is very important in strengthening our social contract, openness, transparency, and also for the citizens' engagement of government and government engagement of the citizens to be able to get appropriate feedback, to modify policies, or to even change or abandon policies that are seen not to be citizen-friendly or producing the desired result. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kamal. Just to add to what you have said, if there is anything, I think this government is trying as much as possible to be transparent as much as possible. And the issue of transparency is something that is an engaging process. It's not something that just one boss stop thing. And is something that I look at it as a double barrel. Yourself, the citizen, we ourselves, and also the leadership. So you do the needful, the much you are supposed to do, supposed to be very accountable, very transparent in your dealings. Then we're expected at the top, the same thing should be replicated. There are various platforms. He mentioned one, Freedom of Expression Act, which gives the citizen the right to publish anything. There is also a platform regarding the Accountability Act, where you can access through a portal all financial transaction of government, either capital, overhead, in all the ministries and extra ministerial agencies. That financial platform is there. And it gives the impetus for every citizen to open up and challenge the government or challenge the leadership anywhere to check for anything and seek for clarification and comments. And if you feel you are not happy, of course, the anti-graft government the anti-graft agencies are there, the AFCC and the ICPC. You can write. So on the issue of transparency is an engaging thing. And it's something that is continuous.
That was an intro.
Yes. So and again, I said it's not a one bus stop thing. Me and you are supposed to do it and continue to do it. So any other comment again from anybody?
All right, so thank you, the moderator and our transformative PEMSEC. Good discussion. I just want to say that in addition to improving accountability, transparency, and also advocating for the citizen to speak out, and as we continue to engage, there's one keyword that the permanent secretary always say, the transformative permanent secretary, he always will tell us that communication, there is always the room for over communication. That is the only way the citizens can trust what you are doing. They can't assume when they are dringling financial issues, you will need to bring them to the table to understand that these are the issues you are facing, and that is why these A and B policies are not being implemented the way it should. So when you keep communicating, they will always trust your process and also be able to understand you when you are not able to do what you're supposed to do as a government. Thank you.
Thank you for your valued contribution to is noted.
Thank you, Sas. Thank you, Sas. Thank you, Sas, the moderator and our transferring permanent secretary. This social contract or transparency, if you like it shouldn't be a one-way traffic. It shouldn't be a one-way traffic.
Please, can you speak up?
It should be between the government and the people itself. Because I always remember this when John Kennedy came to power. He said, don't ask what America will do for you, but ask what are you going to do for America. By that, he has galvanized his people to a nationalist people. That's why when you see now a problem happen, all citizens in America are with the government. So that should be also the case here. Maybe perhaps because of our passive and resilient nature, that's why we always look onto the government to do something. We should also, in as much as, try to support the government by any way. Thank you.
Thank you for the last speaker. If I may recap what you have said, you quote from John Kennedy,
yes,
one of the famous American president. What can you do? What can the country do? What can you do for the country? Not what the country will do for you, right? Yes, I think it's a very good quote that we should also imbibe it in our leadership style too. And when we do that, I think we may put a lot of things right in this country.
Good evening, my transformative permanent secretaries. My own is questions.
And I will begin my question as this. You know, one of the basic primary responsibility of government is to ensure security of lives and properties of its citizens, which is paramount in terms of, or to buy, it's paramount to ensure maintaining or maintenance of social contract between the government and the citizens. Now, with the situation we have found ourselves now, can we guarantee, the sustainability of social contract if the prevailing insecurity situation continues?
Yes, thank you very much for the question. It's still part and parcel of the social contract we're talking about. The security challenges we are facing now over some period of time up to now, and then the recent upsurge. There was a time kidnapping went down, and then it's happening now. What we know and what we've been reading as well, because government has been speaking out about all these issues, is that these are unusual things that we are not used to in this country. And as a result, government is responding in several ways. One of the most recent one is the creation, advocacy for creation of state police. That based on the way these bandits, terrorists, all of them have been disturbing the peace of the nation, we need to take a second look at the way the security architecture is designed. We now have private sector getting involved in security matters to be able to help in their own various way to ensure that the bad people amongst us that are causing mayhem and problems for us are taken care of. The campaign by the government that when you see something, say something is also part of citizens' engagement on security. When you see something entirely strange in your neighborhood or in your area, you let the security agencies know so that if they can quickly nip an emerging problem in the bud, that can be done as quickly as possible. And with the current effort on state police, I actually also believe that if every state, local government can secure their territory, these bad people amongst us who are causing these problems will be either quick and taken care of. So we know government is, and for every situation that we are seeing now, government is redoubling effort to see how they will change strategy to be able to come ahead of these bad people that are terrorizing. But I tell you, the security of a nation is not only guaranteed by the men in uniform, it's by the citizens. You and I, seeing what is abnormal and speaking out, and ensuring that proactive action is taken by both government and the security.
To see the hall, especially on the left side of us, is almost full. And we are so happy that most of you, your insightful contributions and remarks and questions that you make will be noted and will actually project it to the appropriate authority. Thank you. I wish each and every one of us a delightful conference as we are encroaching into day 2, and also journey Mercy back to our final destination by the time we depart by tomorrow. Thank you, everybody.
They talked about how Singapore used incentives, very clever incentives, to, make human behavior act
Tomorrow
on
will be
what
another time.
people think is in their best interest.
Hello?
And as they're doing so,
It's echoing.
they're
Can you
acting
please
in the
help
best
me out?
interest.
Hello, so can you hear me? So there's something I want you to do. We'll take our time to send another link. Please kindly populate the link and it will be sent, right? Do you know the topic? Because the topic will be asked. That's how to differentiate each session from each other. Can I repeat the topic? Do you know the topic? Oh, let me repeat the topic, please. The topic goes thus. Just 1 minute. Nobody got the topic? All right. I'm coming. Anybody with topic? I thought I heard somebody saying topic now. Because that's what they will ask. Oh.
The topic is social contract and citizen participation in governance.
Have they muted you? All right. The exact topic.
I think social contract and citizen participation in governance.
We are still here now. Why is the mic not?
And citizen participation in governance.
All right. So the topic is strengthening the social contracts. Please kindly put that down. Strengthening the social contract, okay? Semicolon. Aligning workforce welfare with service delivery. Can I repeat it? Or are we good? Strengthening the social contract. All right. Then semicolon, aligning workforce welfare with service delivery. Okay, so they'll ask you what's the stage. It's activate. Okay, so I hope that we will see this large number tomorrow. Quite impressive attendance. Quite impressive. Thank you so much. All right, take care. Bye. Safe trip to your different homes.
per capita income every year. So, in our country, in Nigeria, we've had, for the past 60 years or since independence, an average per capita income of 1,000.
Check 2 1 2 check.
Healthcare, and reliable electricity. So these fundamentals, for you to have them, the state has to have capacity. So I've talked about this. Now, the development trajectory it moves in a certain sequence. First, we have to invest in human development, anchored on governance competence. This enables structural transformation. When we send our kids to school and they acquire the kind of skills that can enable them to become manufacturers, producers, that is to say, we give them what is called in economics productive knowledge. Then you have a highly skilled population. Your human development index goes up. If you are pursuing economic transformation, if you're pursuing economic growth without doing this, you are dreaming. You will not achieve it. So, this is it. The trajectory is first invest in human development. Skills, education, healthcare, clean water. That's number one. Then you move to, economic transformation. And it is that economic transformation, as you shift away from oil, as you shift away from subsistence agriculture and move more into agro-business, agro-manufacturing, oil derivatives of various sorts, refining, the sort of thing we're doing now. Only now, Nigeria is having a major working refinery. So that's what will bring you economic growth that is sustainable. So it's first human development, structural transformation, driving, sustainable economic growth. But what we do is that we are chasing the growth delusion. Every year we sit around and say, well, Nigeria's economy grew by 3%, 4%, 5%. That's not enough. That is a delusion. We have to focus on the quality of life of individuals in our countries in Africa, first of all, and the growth will come. So let me give you some historical lessons. There are no shortcuts to this formula that I have put out. History affirms this sequence. The Western world rose over 2 centuries, and that rise was rooted in governance foundations. First, before they achieved economic superiority, they had to first of all govern, organize their societies well. And then the wealth then came later. In Britain, they had what they called the Northcote Trevelyan reforms in the 1850s that professionalized the British civil service. And it enabled the fruits of the Industrial Revolution to spread through stable institutions. Taxation funded infrastructure and education. State capacity supported markets. The result, structural change from an agrarian society to industrial economies with rising human development. Asia, we've just heard about Singapore. So I don't need to repeat what Mr. Toilet just said. Singapore is a very perfect demonstration. Japan, South Korea, Singapore, Taiwan, China, and now Vietnam, they prioritized governance capacity. They prioritized governance capacity. Mr. Toilet talked about high salaries. How much is the Nigerian civil servant paid? Just calculate it. Why will you not have a lot of corruption? Now, he told us that the ministers are paid $800,000 a year. The prime minister is paid $1.7 million a year. If you pay the average Nigerian civil servant $100,000 a year, I'm not talking about $800,000. If you pay them $100,000 a year, if you pay the minister in Nigeria $100,000 or $200,000 a year, corruption will come crashing down in this country. And we can afford it. $1.7 million is not up to what a local government chairman talks under his chair in a deal. It's chicken, it's nonsense. So this is how Asia rose. Let me speak about the civil service very briefly. The civil service is the engine of government and governance. It is the permanent machinery that translates policy into outcomes, ensures continuity, and embodies state capacity. So we see different civil service traditions. China, the Mandarins in China, the Indian Administrative Service, Singapore's model, Britain's tradition, which emphasizes neutrality, anonymity, and ministerial accountability. Germany, Nigeria's civil service philosophy, rooted in the British colonial legacy, was originally designed for law, order, and resource extraction, not for broad development. Post-independence, it has aspired to a developmental role via commissions like Morgan Commission in 1963, Adebo in 1971, Udoji Award in 1974, and the 1988 reforms under Dotun Phillips. Outcomes have been mixed. A capable civil service bridges politics and execution.
Without it, policies fail. In the Nigerian civil service, we have to begin to look at what we call the new public management. The new public management is an approach to civil service that uses private sector mechanisms like performance management, results-oriented management, decentralization, competition, customer focus, private sector techniques like contracting out and performance-based pay. It makes governance more effective, responsive, and less bureaucratic. This is relevant to Nigeria. And I see what, Didi Wilson Jack is trying to do in the federal civil service. There are elements of the new public management here, but we need to have a discussion later about how this can be embedded in a more structural way and to actually measure the outcomes and see how the improvement has taken place over the years. Now, how do all these things link up to security? Because when people are educated, when they have jobs, need public housing, come and build the public house. And I can tell you that if you engage them in a systematic manner and pay them enough, they would prefer that to a life of crime. We just have to be innovative and solve our problems. Let me conclude with recommendations for reform. To achieve our goals, we must prioritize the following. Number one, capacity building. Rigorous, merit-based recruitment. Continuous training. One of the reasons the Central Bank of Nigeria, when I was deputy governor, we were the strongest public institution in this country. We invested so heavily in training our staff. Go to the Central Bank. PhDs are like a dime a dozen. Almost everybody in the Central Bank has a PhD. It's not strange because we invested in it. Number two, professionalism and independence. Number three, institutional reforms. There must be better coordination between the federal, state, and local government levels. We have to develop a developmental civil service philosophy. A civil service must drive a developmental state. In Ethiopia, the former Prime Minister of Ethiopia told me that they have a civil service university in Ethiopia where you are trained to be an efficient and effective civil servant. And that is what drove the Ethiopian developmental state model. Number four, embrace corporate governance. Embrace corporate governance principles adapted to the private sector. Number five, prioritize human capital. For regional stability, civil servants must champion inclusive policies that reduce regional disparities. What is happening in the northern part of Nigeria today is being treated with kid gloves. It is being treated with kid gloves. 20 million children out of school who are of school age, most of them in the north. We cannot treat this as if it's a small thing. So we have to focus on this type of problem in order to achieve regional stability. We have to go into the north with an agenda for human development in the north. Skills, education, healthcare, employment. These are the things that will drive down the terrorism that is afflicting our country today. Implementation requires political will. It requires the ownership of the civil service and partnerships with academia, private sector, and international bodies. Pilot reforms in ministries, key ministries, will scale success. Let me conclude, ladies and gentlemen. Governance reform is the gateway to economic transformation. No governance, no economic success. Repeat after me. No governance, no economic transformation. Tell that to the politicians. Tell that to the politicians. Politics alone can never develop any country. So it must be anchored on competent governance. And in fact, in many advanced countries, it is the quality of governance that becomes the basis for political competition. And people assess how your civil service functions. People assess how the economy, how things work under you, and they will decide which candidate to vote for. So let me conclude by saying that this conference should be not just a dialogue, but decisive commitment. The world watches. Our citizens await. By rebuilding state capacity, prioritizing human development, adopting proven tools like selective new public management and corporate governance principles, and committing to merit, integrity, and results, we can write a new chapter for Nigeria, from potential to prosperity, from fragility to resilience. The world watches, our citizens wait. Together, let us build Nigeria and Africa of our aspirations. Thank you. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria and all gathered here.
Thank you very much. Please, you join the head of civil service out there for a photograph along with Professor Jack Sam. Thank you very much. Yes, I think you'd rather join them on that lower platform. Thank you. Can you please put your hands together one more time for Professor Kingsley Moalu, a former Deputy Governor of a central bank. Our next session will be as interesting as well.
Thank you very much. The next keynote speaker. The next keynote speaker is a Nigerian industrial economist, a chartered accountant and management consultant. He is the founder and chairman of Philips Consulting Limited, a leading indigenous business and management consulting firm in Africa. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome Folusha Phillips for his keynote. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have requested to sit on the table here. And I hope you will all forgive me for sitting down, but I think I want to try, and I have just about 10 minutes, and I don't intend to take longer than that. My topic is, I call it governing with intelligence. You know, lessons from Africa's largest civil service transformation, the current transformation that is taking place here in Nigeria by all of you, by the head of the civil service of the Federation, is the largest civil service transformation, certainly in Africa, and we might even challenge in the world in terms of its intentionality. So I want to talk briefly about what has happened, of which a lot of you know about, and those who don't, it will be a good way to inform you. This is not an ordinary gathering that we have here today. When you look around this room, and certainly the range of people that have been here right from the morning, you appreciate the depth of expertise that was assembled and the scale of reform, ambitions on the table. And you're seeing something that didn't exist 2 years ago. All this is significantly new. So this International Civil Service Conference is itself a statement, a Nigerian statement, that says that Nigeria is no longer content to watch global conversations. We are about governance. We will not be watching from the sides, and we will begin to drive it. And to that extent, we're actually hosting this conference. And I think we need to give the head of service a round of applause for this huge initiative. And I must say that Philips Consulting, on our part, we are proud to be a gold knowledge partner of this conference. And we're not here simply as sponsors, okay? We are here as practitioners, as people who have spent decades in the work of institutional transformation and who believe deeply that the theme of this conference, reforms, resilience, and results, is not just a conference theme, it is a program for national renewal. Now, the Federal Civil Service of Nigeria is one of the largest public workforces on the African continent. It is the machinery through which national policy becomes reality, where laws find their legs, where budgets find their beneficiaries, and where the contract between government and citizen is either honored or broken. And yet this institution struggles to answer some fundamental questions. How many people actually work in the civil service? What skills do they all have? Where are the critical gaps between what we need and what we have? And where are all the ghost workers that are drawing their salaries for the roles they no longer occupy, or even never occupied at all in the first place? This situation was not a failure of intent. It was the accumulated consequence of decades of underinvestment in institutional self-knowledge. And it is real, and it has had real costs. Misallocated training budgets, duplicated functions, succession crises in technical roles, and a civil service that, despite the considerable talent within it, could not see itself clearly. You see, you cannot reform what you cannot measure. You cannot develop what you cannot see. And you cannot build a capable state on a foundation you have never properly surveyed. So the leadership of the Office of the Head of the Civil Service of the Federation recognized this and decided to act by doing something bold, something that has never really been attempted to the level that has been done in Nigeria's post-independence history. And this was PASGA. And a lot of you know about PASGA, the Personal Audit and Skills Gap Analysis Exercise. Personal Audit and Skill Gap Analysis, PASGA. And it wasn't a routine exercise in any way. PASGA covered more than 55,000 civil servants across the federal service. It examined not just headcount, but competency, what skills each officer holds, what their role demands, and where the gap between the two lies. It was conducted at a scale and with a level of methodological rigor that this country has never seen before. And Phillips Consulting had the privilege of serving as the coordinating consultant on this initiative, working alongside the Office of the Head of the Service and network of cluster consultants deployed across every relevant federal ministry, department, and agency. And just to show you some brief statistics, we found out that we covered over 55 civil servants, over 40 ministries, 5 million skills data points were dealt with as far as skills collection was concerned. 70 plus skills were identified per officer, 70 different skills, little things that you don't think about. You think about the competency in terms of your knowledge, but how about your behavior, your character, little nuances that each person has, which makes you capable to excel in the jobs that you do. Over 4,800 certifications, 19,000 development goals by each individual, and the blue list goes on and on and on. But what are we finding from this exercise? We're still in the middle and just about to wrap up totally, and obviously a formal report still has to be submitted to the head of service. But first of all, there's some broad things that are not new. First of all, payroll integrity. The audit has already flagged significant anomalies, which is not new because they've always been found in the years previous. Ghost workers, duplicate entries, officers whose deployment bears no relation to their post or function, and the fiscal implications are real and material. More importantly, addressing them returns resources to the people and functions that need them. This has been done before, but not to the scale that has been achieved by the head of service today. The second has to do with skills. And this is the first time we've actually looked at the subject of skills. The analysis is revealing that some of the most critical technical functions in government, digital infrastructure, public financial management, procurement, project management, are under-resourced in different ways, in the sense that not that we don't have the people with the competence, sometimes they are not being allocated to the areas in which they can show their competence. So this misallocation, misappropriation, misplacement is the kind of things that we're finding that hopefully we'll be able to fix from the exercise that's been conducted by the head of the civil service. And third, and probably most important of all, is that officers have never been formally assessed before, who have never been assessed before, are engaging with this process with seriousness, and in many cases, genuine enthusiasm. There is a hunger, long suppressed, for an equitable system that recognizes capabilities, it identifies potential, and rewards performance, and is not based on tribe or religion or region. We're saying, are you competent enough to do the work you're to do? And these are the benefits that these things seem to be able to provide us. And I want to try and address our international guests that are here directly. Because what is happening in Nigeria by the civil service of Nigeria has implications that extend well beyond our borders, and a great opportunity for Nigeria to actually take leadership in an area that is least expected. Across Africa, and indeed across much of the developing world, government faces a common paradox. Large public workforces that struggle to deliver on mandate, not because of shortage of people, but because of a shortage of systems for knowing who is in the service, what they do, what they can't do, and how to deploy them in a very strategic way. And PASGA is a proof of concept. It is demonstrating that a government, working in genuine collaboration with the private sector, can build that institutional self-knowledge at a scale with rigor and within a defined time frame. The methodology we have developed and deployed is replicable. The technology platforms we have created, including staff verification tools and digital skills assessment tools for officers across every state in the Federation, can be applied to any other context. And the lessons we are learning about stakeholder engagement, data governance, and navigating the political arena of reform, they are very transferable. So I say to the heads of service from all over the country, and even the senior officials from the different countries, from Ghana, the Gambia, and all those countries that were listed later on today, we say to them that and including our international partners, we say we will welcome the civil service in Nigeria, will welcome a conversation about how these models might be applied to your own institutions. Because the challenge of building capable public institutions is not a Nigerian challenge. It is a continental one, and the solutions we develop together will outlast any government's term. I want to, before I begin to wrap up very quickly, because I know time is against me, to present to you a new concept and a new philosophy that we're trying to push through, that is as Phillips Consulting. And it's called government quotient. And it's a new language for institutional intelligence. Now, our work on PASGA has deepened a conviction we have held at Phillips Consulting for some time, and which has led us to develop a new product which I want to introduce to you briefly today. Now, the experience of working at the heart of civil service transformation has reinforced something we already knew for decades of organizational work. The single greatest gap between government aspiration and government performance is not money. It is not even political will, even though that matters. It is intelligence, institutional intelligence. The ability to understand how government systems work, how decisions are really made, how influence is built, how policy is navigated, how institutions operate beneath the surface of their organograms. This knowledge is not taught in business schools. I'm still to find a business school that actually teaches how government, from a civil service point of view, actually operates. It is hardly written down, and its absence costs organizations, public and private, enormously. We call this government quotient, GQ. It's a new vocabulary. Just as you measure IQ for intellectual capacity, you measure EQ for emotional intelligence, GQ measures something distinct and increasingly essential: the ability to understand, to navigate, and operate effectively within government systems. GQ is critical for private sector leaders who engage with government. And in this room, there are quite a lot of private sector people. It is the difference between a public-private relationship that produces outcomes and one that produces frustration, between a policy that gets implemented and one that gets shelved. So you find out that this concept of GQ, we have to pay attention to. It is critical for civil servants and public officials who want to lead reform from within to build not just procedural compliance, but genuine institutional influence. And this is critical for the next generation of leaders across business, media, civil society, and the professions, because the government shapes the operating environment for everything else. So I'm going to close now by saying that we believe that at this point in time, we got to talk about partnership, and real partnership is harder when the language suggests otherwise. It requires the private sector to show up, not just with capital, but with expertise, with patience, and a genuine understanding of how government works. Its constraints, the constraints of governments, its legitimate imperatives, and it requires government to be willing to create the conditions in which private sector engagement can be structured, sustained, and productive. So I believe that when we look at the 8 pillars of this conference, transform, rejuvenate, innovate, accelerate, accomplish, impact, aspire, activate, are not a taxonomy of aspirations. They are a sequence. If you look at it, the sequence. And the sequence only produces results if each pillar is anchored in real institutional action. Now, we at Phillips Consulting, we're committed to this. Very, very committed, has been shown by all the work that we've done. In closing, Nigeria is at an inflection point, and this conference itself is evidence of that. 2 years ago, an international civil service conference hosted by Nigeria, drawing 5,000 participants and 200 speakers from across the world, would have been described as an aspiration. Today, it is a reality. That is what reforms is about. That is what resilience is about. And that's what results look like. Not just a theme, but a trajectory. The work will continue. The skill gap analysis is producing data that will shape workforce planning for many years to come. The GQ program is building a generation of leaders who understand how government works, and the conversations that will happen in this room over the next day will have potential to shape institutional thinking across the continent. Let us make the most of all of this. Thank you very much.
The applause is no longer encouraging. We can do better with that round of applause for him. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. As you go down, I'd like you to just have a photo opportunity with the chief host and convener of his all-important conference. We're going to be getting ready for one very critical aspect of this event, and this will be the signing of Memorandum of Understanding after this photo opportunity with Her Excellency, the Head of Civil Service of the Federation. We'll take that, and the very persons that we'll be inviting to come up. Yes. Thank you very much. I hope that the Director Legal Services, Office of the Head of Civil Service of the Federation is somewhere here. Mrs. Maimuna Idris, you are needed for this very next function. It is going to be the signing of a memorandum of understanding between the Office of the Head of Civil Service of the Federation and the CEO of Flutterwave, Mr. Olugbenga Agbola OON, CEO of Flutterwave, and a very ebullient and vivacious Head of Civil Service of the Federation, Mrs. Didi Esther Wilson Jack, OON, MNI. Can we hear that round of applause for the duo as they come up to the stage for the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding? This further elevates this very conference and all that is meant to be achieved here. And this memorandum of understanding, from our perspective, is pivotal to escalating this conference to the level that is deserving, and the workability and the workings of these two organizations, Flutterwave and the Office of the Head of Civil Service of the Federation. All right, so this is the signing, and directors of legal services of both organizations are also here. Please. They are being flanked by their directors of legal service from both organizations. For us, this is a function of dexterity, is a function of resilience, is a function of reform, is a function of understanding, and a better one at that. Mr. Folusha Phillips, we appreciate your presentation one more time. So the directors of legal services are witnesses to the signage, to the signing. So thank you very much, and after this, there'll be, after the exchange of the, have they exchanged yet? Can we then hold up and take pictures? And then we'll, but after that, do the exchange. It will be a bit slower so that the photographers can capture this for our archives. Please. Thank you very much. Let's have you take pictures now after with a handshake. This will remain very indelible in our memory for a very long time to come. That this was done during the second edition of the International Civil Service Conference 2026. Thank you. And as they take their sets, another round of applause for them, please. Photographers, you can go ahead with more pictures if you want to. Thank you. Let me very quickly invite the CEO of Flutterwave to make some very brief remarks. Mr. Flutterwave.
It's a great honor to be here this afternoon. It's a great honor to be here this afternoon to partner with someone that I call, she's a trailblazer, all right? Let me start from there. We are fans of the work that she's doing for Nigeria and for the civil service of Nigeria in general. The transformation that is happening in our civil service that we can see tangibly. It's so mind-blowing to see the work being done. So we are honored at Flutterwave to partner on a very small sub-segment on how we can partner with the work they're already doing on AI, on technology, to enable even more rapid change in the entire, transformation of the civil service infrastructure of Nigeria today. I always learned from her. Earlier today, she was telling me about government quotient, which is very, very key, and how you see, how we can tangibly measure transformation in the civil service. Now, the last couple of years that she's been at this role, we've seen really, really amazing changes going on across all the facets across the country in civil service. So I'm very proud. We are proud of Florida Wave to be a partner we have on that journey today on a very small sub-segment, but yet we aim to do very good work that will be very tangible as well on this journey. So it's our honor and our pleasure. Looking forward to more amazing transformation. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you very much, the CEO of Flutterwave. This MOU signing marks the beginning of a relationship, a partnership, a collaboration that we believe will help us deliver more results in the federal civil service. Earlier today, I had the privilege to chair a roundtable session with partners and collaborators. And I dare say that the collaboration between the Office of the Head of the Civil Service of the Federation and the private sector is growing by the day. I want to welcome Flutterwave. I want to say thank you. I want to assure you that you will not regret partnering with this office, and together we can make things happen. Thank you, and God bless you all.
1 second. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we please give them another round of applause as we bring this to a close? That's the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding between Florida Wave and the Office of the Head of Civil Service of the Federation, and herself doing justice to that. Thank you very much. And so this will be it for today, but as we draw the curtains on these very remarkable